Okay. So we should be live now. Let me just check. It does sometimes take, I think sometimes it's like 15 or 30 seconds, Katie, when we go live to when it actually catches up on YouTube. So we'll just start waiting for people to pop up in the chat, I'm sure. Oh, here we go. I'll just say, Katie, I'll just welcome everybody that's popped up in chat so you know who's here. So Spongebell, hi. Fingal, Sherry, Aussie Life, Ivor Problem, Roberta, Jura number 4, hi Mary Vice, Amber, Tiffany Sanchez, oh gosh, Jan Parks, Buttery, Jenny I never know how quite to say that, LMB3, Val, hi Val and Paula, hi Debs H and Tracy Rimmer, Jessie, Diane, Guernsey Girl, Stella, Shauna, Claire. So we've got quite a few people. Got 45 people here already, and everybody's saying that welcome, Katie. Thank you very much for coming on.
Thank you.
So Meg Healy, Francis, Sally, Rev, my little Revy, Jasper's Revenge, Tony, hi Tony, Sharon, Simples, Meerkat, ENT, Truth Justice, Hannah B, hi everybody, welcome. Calming the Chaos and Heidi Hi, Heidi Ho even, Kelly Dawn, Undercover Mother, Sandy Blue, gosh, Open Carry, Alison Arts, lots of people. So we've got, Katie can't actually see the chat, guys, so that's why I'm just reading out your names to welcome you all here and let Katie know who's in chat. So Jules, hi Jules, Random Cat, Alison, I think I said hello to Alison, Amber. So we got 64 with us already, Katie. So Sally Pepper, hi Sally. Hi Andrea. I'll just read out a comment from Amber, Katie. Katie is so classy. There you go. I'd have cursed a man who has talked to and about me like one who has her.
Well, that's kind of fair to say. You
Christy,
see, when that man is irrelevant, then his opinion of you doesn't really matter.
That's very, very true. Absolutely. Well said, Katie. So firstly, for those of you, not that there's anybody here that I know of, you can clearly see that Katie and I are two separate people, can't you? So we just wanted to clarify that I am not pretending to be Katie and Katie is not pretending to be me. Not that I've seen any comments to suggest that you are Katie, but it makes sense, doesn't it, that if I'm you, then technically you are me.
We don't even sound the same, Phoebe. I'm from the East End of London originally, and you can't fake that accent, can you? So, no, we're not related. We're not the same person. We wasn't pulled apart at birth. We just met on YouTube discussing a case. But we didn't even really meet. I mean, we've only just been talking to each other for a little while, to be fair.
Yeah, we have, just very, very recently. Oh, hi, Sagacious Angel. Hippie Chick. Ellen Vaughan, hi, my darling. Hi, Shelley. Meg. So, yes, as Katie said, we are not related. Katie's from the East End of London. I am just a little bit further north. Oh, Luby Lou, she's just said that she's East End London as well.
Well, perhaps
So
you could offer an opinion on whether me and FeeBee sound alike.
yeah, I don't think we sound anything alike. I think you've got. I love your accent, Katie, but I am just further north, about half an hour further north of London, so I don't have a London accent. I don't think.
I'm what's called rough and ready. I think you've got a very sweet accent. It's really strange how we all hear each other, isn't it?
It is. I think accents are quite. I find them quite fascinating. Really, that each different areas of different countries have even got accents. I don't know how they even develop
I know it
to begin
is
with.
very, very fascinating. It's very, and when you go to Wales and Cornwall, wow, it's just amazing that we're all sitting in the same country, and yet we all sound so different.
Yeah, very, very different. And that goes for like in the US as well, isn't it? Like Boston
Mm,
and New York,
yes.
they've got specific accents that are very different. Hi, Genetic Code. Hi, George Morgan. Ben. Welcome, Lady Lucan. Okay, so Katie, shall we do you want to start by just sort of giving us a bit of an outline as to how you found Armchair Detective or the Chris Watts case to begin with? How did you find out about Chris and Shanann's case?
YouTube. I'm a true crime buff, not an expert in any case. I just have an interest in cases. I like a puzzle. I think most of us do. And most cases are puzzles. It's a mystery that none of us have the answer to. So, but it's interesting. It keeps the grey matter going. Am I getting a bit of feedback?
No, you're fine. I did just open a bottle of Coca-Cola, so you might have heard my lid
All right.
squeaking a little bit. Sorry.
That's right. Yeah. So yeah, none of us are experts in any case that we read online. That's my opinion. We can have opinion on that case. We can research it, look into it, dig and delve into it, but we'll never have the answers because we never have the full facts, and that's fine. And that's why it's a hobby for me. And being from England, our biggest case is the McCann case. So I mean, it's huge out there, and there's a multitude of opinions, good, bad, nasty, indifferent. There's lots out there, and it's got the biggest divide in any case you'll see. And the pity of that is that divide never meet. They don't challenge each other because it's so spiteful. If they come together, it's so spiteful because people are very protective over their opinion and they really believe they're right and you're wrong, and that's a divide. That's enough to make a divide, and that's wrong in my opinion. But hey ho, life's life, and people have got a right to conduct themselves the way they wish. So within the McCann, that you've not only got this divide, but you've got this multitude of people from all over the country. It's really interesting. Not just the case, the people behind it, how these little groups gather together, and it's interesting to me. I'm a people watcher by nature, so
Right.
I like that. So that was going on for a number of years, and then up popped this man called the Armchair Detective, and he used to write. I mean, honestly, his threads, to start a post, were huge, and I could never get through them. I could get through maybe one or two paragraphs, and I'm not being disingenuous to the man, I'm just saying it like it is. I'd read a couple of paragraphs and I'd be lost on planet zero somewhere. I couldn't get in the tail of him, and I tried because he had a right to his opinion, and because I didn't quite understand what he was saying didn't mean he didn't have the right to express it. So I did really try, and I hung around for a little while because reading the comments you could kind of decipher or pick up on what people got from his post, and you could kind of decipher it. Some of the things he was saying was interesting, and that's what I like. I like opposing views because if they spark my interest, if I have to look more than once at it, that means I'm off researching it. Okay,
Yeah.
so it's all my own opinion, because I will never, ever take someone else's opinion on a case, because that's just not right. That's not right to the people involved. It's just not right. Anyway, so I would pick up a few bits and I'd go off and research, and I think that was a load of codswallop, or where did he get that from, or is it exaggerated, or and because I would research within the PJ files, I wouldn't go off to another group or to someone else to get my opinion. I would go to the only source we have, and that's the police records. But then again, the police records you've got to take sometimes with a pinch of salt, because they're not officially translated. They're translated by people that, I don't know, come from France, that come from England. I think there was one person that was Portuguese, if I can remember, because I researched into it. There's a whole load of mistranslations, because back in the day when they started to be translated, 2008, I think, into 2007, what was used was a translation tool, much like we got Google Translate now. I don't know if it was Google Translate back then. So whoever was translating these files did the best job they could do at that time, and all power to them. I mean, it's a huge job. It's a huge file. And without those files, none of us would even have an idea where to go with the case, which probably might not have been a bad thing, how it turned out. But anyway, so you have to look at the files, and you have to really look at what's being said and ask yourself, is that feasible? Is that common sense? And then you have to realise it's not verbatim. The most of it has been given to somebody who doesn't speak English, so they're writing it down, and that's being translated again. So lots can get lost in translation. So the only people that really can translate or decipher those files are people in the police force that have professional translators. Okay, so that's my view on the McCann case. So I'm not going to go on that. I'm not going to go down that line. But anyway, so I would read what he said. I would see what was said about what he said, and I would go off to the files. In some cases, I'd even translate them using Google Translate. And crap. Well, anyway, excuse me. I was around a lot of groups, and his name was popping up everywhere in all these groups, and I was like, oh my God, what on earth has this fella done? So I'd go back, and he was asking for money to go to Portugal, and people were saying, well, he doesn't even know what the case is, and anyway, blah, blah, blah. So there was a whole load of people seemingly on his same side, opinion-wise, that just, got so fed up with him. And I don't really know the backstory too much in that, but I'm sure somebody will fill you in. But anyway, he was run off of Facebook, and he turned up on YouTube. I didn't follow him over. I didn't know he was on there. And then, of course, the Chris Watts, it blasted out on YouTube, and I got quite interested in that, which led me back to Armchair, round about the time of the, just before all the insiders started coming in, and I watched him in the same vein that I look at the McCann case. Whatever he said, I'd go from research and I'd come back and blah blah blah. And I must admit, I was taking him with the insider, and I was like, oh my gosh, what if he really has? Because this man does so much better on YouTube than he does sitting in a Facebook group, because he has something about him. There aren't people out there that are natural performers that can draw people in, that can work a crowd. I mean, I was brought up in the East End of London, and we didn't have supermarkets. You went out every day shopping with your aunts, your uncles, your mum, your dad, and in the markets. Okay, and in these markets, there would be your bona fide fruit sellers and what have you, and then you'd have the flyboys, what we called the flyboys, and they would come along, with a suitcase or great big bags, and they would set up a sort of all unofficial, all hooky, right? They'd set up a bag, and they would sell you till the ends of the earth, whatever come out of that bag, and that would be the best thing in the world you could ever have, And I loved it. I loved it. I'd walk along with my nan and I'd want to stop and watch everyone because I thought they were absolutely hilarious. You know, come over here, mother, feel me girth. You know, it was like, like a carry-on humour. You know,
Yeah.
and I found them really funny people. But you knew what they were selling will probably fall apart in a week. You know, and then very often, you know, like my old nan, she used to swear by a pint of Guinness. 1 pint of Guinness a day. That's all you have, girl. Just the 1 pint because it's good for you. It's medicine. He said it's iron. So we'd go up and down this market, and she'd do her shopping, and I'd enjoy all these flyboys and whatever. And then she'd be in the pub for her afternoon Guinness with her little mates, and the old flyboys would be in there having the same Guinness. You know, so it was all like a friendly. Everybody knew that, you know, they was being sold crap, basically, but it was all light-hearted. So I grew up like that. So I look at Armchair Detective in the same way. He's like a flyboy. He's selling a product. It might not be good. He might not be telling the truth, but he sells it very well, and he sells it with comedy. And I enjoy that. And I pay him, Mr. Armchair, to entertain me. So that's where I am with the old Armchair Detective. So I've watched him, and I've seen what he's done. And not only have I seen what he's done to the case, sadly, I've seen what he's done to the people he's brought in with him, alongside him. And to me, that's a great sadness, you know. People that believed in him. I mean, we talk about the subs, and that's very sad. You know, there's a lot of YouTubes out there where people are almost in tears, where they've been taken in by him and this, that and the other. But also the people he surrounded himself with could also, I'm not going to call them victims, were also blindsided to a big degree. So, you know, because he is this larger-than-life character, and I've got 50,000 million people that support me, and every single person hangs on my word. Well, no, they don't. You know, they don't hang on your word. They might be, I don't know, 20,008 watchers, you know, but he knows that. He's not a daft man, or whatever he is, he's not stupid. Does stupid things, but he ain't stupid. He knows how to work it. And by God, he's had a long work history, hasn't he? Because what hasn't this man done? You know, what hasn't he done? So anyway, so that's kind of where I am. I hope I've explained that properly. That's kind of where I am. That's how I found him. That's why I support him, although the Google search, I can't get past that, I'm afraid. I just can't get past that Google search. And it's not, let me make this clear, right? I'm not saying that man was out there searching for anybody underage, okay? Because none of us know what was in his mind, right? But what was in his mind is bad enough for me. His thought process in putting in that search term, whether it was a youngster or an old, he wanted to get off on the degradation of women, whatever the age group was. That was in his mindset. That's what turned him on. That's what he wanted to see. I don't need to go and click and find out what he looked at. I don't want to know what he looked at. It's irrelevant. What he looked at to me was irrelevant. It was what his mindset was when he typed those words in. And I can't get past that. And I have since been in his Patreon, but he's now shadow banned me. And I want, if there's any subs out there listening that are his Patreon, I just want to warn you that if you're in his chat, in Patreon, in Crowdcast, right, and he's saying things you don't necessarily agree with or you want to challenge, you'll be typing it up there and you'll be seeing it, but nobody else will, because you'll be shadow banned.
Do you just want to explain what shadow banning is, Katie?
Shadow banning,
in case, yeah.
My limited understanding of shadow banning is, so I'm talking to you in chat, right? So I'm asking you, you just said something, and I'm saying, and I'm going to challenge you. And so I'm going to type in, I don't know, FeeBee, I challenge that. Can you understand this? Can you explain this? Okay. So I can
Right.
see my own comment quite clear, but not one person in that chat room can see it. The only people that can see it is you or Armchair Detective, and I think the mods can see it, but nobody else can see it. Okay, so you think you're being part of this chat. He tells you to come in, he tells you to debate me, challenge me. We are a study group and you're a right and free speech. But when you're in there, if you're not agreeing or saying what he wants you to repeat, the old echo chamber, if you say something off the cuff, he's going to shadow ban you and you won't know it's happening. You will not know it's happening. And the only reason I know it happened was because after the Google search, I went in there. I was waiting for him to put an explanation up. He didn't. And so I made a few remarks, right, to get his attention. And it did get his attention. But he didn't reply to me. And nobody else did. So it was somebody in a group put up a recording of that exact same video. And I checked the chat that was running down the side. And I wasn't there. Although I was. So I was shadow banned.
Right. So they call it shadow banning because it's like a shadow, whereas you can see it, I guess.
Yes. You can see it. Yeah.
But nobody else can.
So if you go in there as a new person and you look at the chat, you think everybody's in agreement. Everybody's agreeing. So why should you disagree? Because everybody else is in agreement. You know, there might be one or two that gently challenge him, but any real challenges will be covered, you know, and you won't even know. And I think that from a man who's been sitting there for the last year or so, screaming for free speech, you know, and then to stop people from having free speech in a small private environment where you're paying to be there, he's taking the piss. Excuse my French.
Yeah. No, that's fine, Katie. No, that's absolutely fine. But he is always talking about free speech. But it seems that he's the only one that can freely speak. If you disagree with him, you know, he was saying last night, I think, in his live, just get rid of anybody that doesn't agree with me. We haven't got time for all that, you know.
Yes, and in his Patreon,
and that's the whole point. Like you've said before, haven't you, Katie, that this is a study. He runs a study group. Well, and they have a debate, but there's no point having a debate or a study group if people all agree with each other.
Exactly. It's not a debate. It's a discussion. It's a discussion and you have to agree. I mean, last night on his Patreon, I'm sure it was in his Patreon because I watched both shows, and it was in his Patreon, and he said, can you see the red car? Can you see the red car? It's theirs. If you can't see the red car, then you're stupid.
I think he called people idiots as well, didn't he? He said, if you can't see it, you're an idiot. Or those idiots that think I'm wrong, you know? And then he goes on about name calling and, the hypocrisy of it all is just...
Yeah, well, I'm Dumbo. I was going to change my name in there to Dumbo. That's what he's called me. I'm the Dumbo, but he has to shadow ban me in case, I might say something he don't want me to say. And I'll only ever challenge him in what he says. I'm banned. He said, I've got a 10-year ban from going up onto his live. I don't know what makes him think he's going to be around for 10 years, but I'm banned. Okay, I'm on remand. I almost asked the old sister wife crew to do me a T-shirt. I'm in for 10 years.
How do you know you're banned for 10 years? Is that
he told me.
He told me. I haven't watched Patreon last night.
This is right. You will never, ever get back up on a live with me in 10 years. That's what he said to me. So I find him funny. I find him hilarious. He's just like comedy gold. And when you come away and you think about some of the things he says, and people might think it's bizarre that I watch him for entertainment, right? Because this is the real every case. But I think it's important to listen to everybody's opinions. I think it's important to see what people are saying. And because it's only by listening can you challenge. And it's only by challenging that real conversations, real debates can occur. If you censor one side we'll never move. You know, no one will ever in any capacity, in whatever capacity there needs to be a decision made or a discussion, or if you censor one side, especially the opposing side, you never move, do you? You just sit in an echo chamber. And what's the point in that? You know.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I'm on remand for 10 years. I don't know how long I'm shadow banned for, probably forever. So, and I feel a little bit disappointed I ain't got a t-shirt. But I don't know that there will be any more t-shirts coming out, to be fair. To be fair, that might all go by the by now. But
Yeah,
yeah.
well, I used to find him entertaining, Katie, back 2 years ago when I first subscribed to him. But I mean, I left his community about 20 months ago, probably around Christmas of 2018. And I don't see the funny side of him anymore, I'm afraid.
Mm,
I just can't. Um, now, that's probably just a personal thing on on me, but
mm,
I just can't. I just don't find him funny. I did used to find him funny, and for example, on that video, did you see the video I put up where Maureen was stuck in the chat with him? Did you
yes.
see that one? Do you remember that? Now
Yeah, I
that
did.
that was funny. That he was. I did feel that he was funny back then because he said something like, "Oh, it's like Hotel California. I'm stuck in
Mm,
here with 47 people that I don't know."
mm,
But ugh, sadly, I did lose my well, no, not sadly, but I must admit I lost my sense of humour as far as he goes, to be perfectly
mm.
honest. But there are a couple of questions, Katie, because a couple of
Okay.
people are a little confused, and are just sort of wondering whether you do actually support him. Um, why are you still intending on staying as a Patreon, or
Um,
would you
Probably
mind
not.
answering that?
There's not a
No.
lot. I mean, I I went into his Patreon to listen to say I can hear what he says on YouTube, okay? And I went into
Yeah.
his Patreon to see what he was saying behind doors. That's why I went in there.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't support his theories. I don't support his methods. I don't support his business practices. I merely went in there to listen, okay? And to see what he was doing and how he was working these people. Why so many women support him? What does he do behind closed doors that these people, these women, can't think logically? They can't use a common sense about what he's saying. And it's fascinating. It fascinates me. Or well, it has fascinated me because now I'm shadow banned. There's not a lot of point in me being in there. But I wanted to
No.
go in there just to put the opposite point of view. So, for instance, the main one was the tick box. Okay, the tick box on
Yes.
the document. Okay, there was no
Yes,
one there to
because
challenge him.
I made a video about that,
You did.
and the way that he spoke to you, didn't I? Because he was absolutely adamant, and I still think he is
He
adamant
is. He is adamant.
that there is no physical evidence in the case. And you were
Mhm.
desperately trying to get him to see sense, weren't you?
No, I was desperately trying to show his subs that he was wrong. That's the
Right.
difference.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the difference. And because he brought this up, I don't know if it was the week previous, this documentation. And in the chat, I kept saying to him, I can't see it. Can you enlarge it? Can you enlarge it? And he wouldn't enlarge it. And I thought, there's something dodgy because he won't enlarge it. That's got to be dodgy. See, that's what I do. I won't take his word for it. So I went off and I found that documentation. I compared it to
Hmm.
what he was saying, and he was blatantly misleading his subs. So I waited patiently for him to bring it up again, and that's when I pointed out his error. And lucky enough at that time, he did let me come up. He didn't like it, as we all know. He didn't like me coming up. He didn't point it out. But my main goal was to point out to his subs he was wrong. I wasn't trying to challenge him. I wasn't trying to tell him right or wrong or convince him of anything. I was saying to his subs, look at this. He doesn't get everything right. You have to go research. You have to go and find out for yourself. you know. And that's my main goal for being in Patreon, and that's why I've challenged him. And I don't know if that's done any good. I don't know if anyone's I'm not saying I wanted to change anyone's mind. I just wanted him to think outside the box a bit, you know.
Yeah.
A few things he was saying that were wrong, and I've done that quite a lot over the time I've been in Patreon. I did it previous to the tick box. It should be fair. It should be a level playing field. If you're presenting evidence and you're telling people, because he's not asking, he's not pointing out, he's telling them this is how it is. And there is no one in there to challenge him on that. There's no one to say, no, that's not right, you know. And so I stayed in there, and in the chat, I've challenged him. I've been browbeaten by some of his subs, you know. Called all
Yeah,
sorts.
you have. Yeah.
But you know, that's all irrelevant to me. It's irrelevant to me. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't mean anything. You know, there's people that deliberately try to wind me up and kick me off, and I don't care. I really don't. And but like I say, you know, he's got the last laugh because he's shadow paying me, so there's not a lot of point in me being there. And I did intend to do Katie's study diary. You know, I was going to do a little website, and I was going to, because he won't let me challenge him, I was going to challenge it. And you know what? I thought, why should I bother? You know, what would be the point? You know, and so I'm still very undecided. I've done a couple of them, and they don't take long. They're only little quick videos, because it doesn't take much to you know, to show that what you're saying isn't right. I mean, like for instance, Kevin going off. My God, you know what possesses these people? Going off to that. He said he went off to the house, okay, and pretended that he was going to buy it, and he walked around with the estate agent or realtor.
Yeah.
I think, you know.
Yeah,
So
he posed as a prospective buyer, didn't he? Which is outrageous, in my opinion. Absolutely.
I mean, good God, these people got no dignity. Anyway, so he went off and he supposedly done that. He came back proud as a pig saying, well, no one died in the house because the realtor didn't tell me that. They've got to by law. Well, I went off and looked it up. And in Colorado, they've got a law there that says they don't have to. You know.
I can back you up there, Katie, because I've seen that exact same report. Well, there's more than one, and I was actually going to do a video debunking that, and it says something like, no action will be taken on any realtor who does not disclose this information, because it's not necessary. I think the only clause, if you like, or caveat was if the person specifically asks. I mean, and who is really going to have that on their mind? Then I think they have to. I think they might have to do that through lawyers, but I don't think they can lie about it. But there's nothing in the documentation to state that they have to. No. It might be different in other states, but this is specifically Colorado, isn't it, that we're talking about?
I'm going from memory now, but I think that they're probably one of the only states that do that, that say they don't have to. I think there's certain things, you know, somebody died of a terrible disease or something like that, then I think the onus is on them to say, you know, this is what happened there. But in other parts of the country, and I can't remember where I look now, there was a cut-off point. You know, if the house was sold, I don't know, a year after the event or something, that could be a cut-off point. They don't have to reveal it. You know, so it's misinformation. It's saying, look, I'm proving that nobody died in the house because, look, old mate Kev there, old tip man, he went and had a look round and he weren't told. And it's wrong. You know, it's just very, very wrong. I'm not saying he shouldn't have a Patreon. I'm not saying he shouldn't have a YouTube. I'm not saying he shouldn't have an interest in true crime. What I'm saying is he should be honest. He don't need gimmicks. No true crime should have gimmicks. Should have a tip man, you know, to prove backup points. He had, I'm going to rant now, he had a AD brought on a man that was, this is how he said it, America's top dog handler, okay? He was second to none, this man, if you listen to AD. He knew his stuff. He was expert. But this man disagreed with AD. about there not being a body in the house. This is making me cringe now, saying this out loud. Okay, let me take a minute, because now I've got images. This man told AD if a body was wrapped and taken out soon after the event of death, there would be next to nothing for a dog, no matter how experienced it was, to find. Okay? That's what that man said. AD agreed with him. The video has since gone, and AD is still going in that line that there was no death in that house because no dog sniffed one. And please excuse the way I put things. When I get a little bit ranty, they don't come out right. So I don't mean any disrespect to anybody. That just really angered me. It really angered me that he did that. He knows what that man said to him. He listened to him. He agreed with him. The man explained it extremely well. And yet AD dismissed that in favour of AD's narrative that nobody died in that house. Now, nobody can tell me that's right. Tanya can't tell me that's right. Nobody can tell me that that's right. And nobody can tell me that we can't have an opinion on that. We've a right to stand up and say, what this man is saying is misleading. He is misleading. And there's only one reason he's misleading, because he's sensationalising a crime, because the more sensationalised it becomes, the more interested people will come. They will click on his links more than, say, Gray Hughes is a very factual man. He might have not all the bells and whistles and, and all the lovely guests that come on. He's a very factual man. So you've got AD, right? So he's a performer. He's playing a field. He's playing a game. He's sensationalising it because he wants to draw people in. And he wants to draw people in because they'll drop him a few pennies. And that's wrong. If he was out there and he was telling the truth, if he was there and he was getting 50,000 views a night, if his bloody chat was full up and he was telling the truth, and they're chucking everything at him, they're chucking their drawers at him, they're chucking fine, absolutely not a problem. But he's promoting his lies. People are believing him because he's unchallenged. And Phoebe, you have to jump in and tell me to shut up if I go on too much.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I did want to just quickly confirm what we've said, because Abigail, who, as we know, is in the US, she has said, let me just get her message up, that Frankie said that there is no real estate agent because the house will not be sold. It would rather be auctioned.
Well, there you go.
So there isn't even a real estate agent.
So can anyone explain why he needed to make that lie up? He needed to make the lie up to buffer his narrative.
Yeah. And Abigail said, only a small number of states have the law that requires the seller to disclose whether someone has died in the house. So you were right. You said that you didn't think there were many states that had that law, but I just wanted to sort of tie that one up.
Yeah.
Really, because Abby's in the States there. So thanks for that, Abigail.
Thank you, Abigail.
Yeah, so, no, you carry on, Katie. I just want to, give you a voice, give you the opportunity to, explain everything to people and to carry on.
Yeah, so the man, he's, I don't know if I feel sorry for him. I mean, he's a man with a trail of foul businesses behind him, and watching him with this case, you can see why. I mean, in his heyday, oh, God alone knows how much that man was breaking in. And had he carried on at the top, but being truthful, all good power to the man, But he didn't. All he saw was them pound signs. And it was easy to see his downfall. It was easy to see things drop. Because he had, when you sensationalise something, you have to keep that momentum up. If you sensationalise something and people are throwing money at you have to keep that level up. And maybe you even have to take that level up a little bit higher. so people don't get bored of you. And I think that's what he's done. I mean, when you have to make a whole hour show on one word, what was it the other day? I can't remember what it was now. Was it Chris Watts was doing a confession, and he said a sentence, and at the end of it, what was it, a no or something? And he made a whole show about that.
Mm-hmm.
A whole show he made about that. Because he was telling people what he thinks Chris Watts said, which is completely, utterly ridiculous. So, sorry, FeeBee, was you?
Yeah. No, I was just going to say he does find the most. I mean, he made a whole show on why Dieter didn't bark. I think it was an hour and a half.
But now he admits
And he's admitting now that Dieter did bark.
Yeah.
I debunked him on that because we hear him bark twice at least, if not 3 times. But how on earth he manages to make up a show on one minute thing that probably could have been explained in 2 minutes?
Because he's got no content. He's run out of content, right? And this is the definition of stupid, right? Doing the same thing and expecting a different result. His whole downfall has been steady over the last year, so he's repeating it all.
I think we're on the third go round, at least the third, if not the fourth, Katie.
Yeah. He's got new people in now, and people don't think outside the box, and that's what makes me laugh, Phoebe. I'm sorry, but it does. It makes me laugh what he says. My most favourite giggle bit, I'm going to call it, is he sits there, right, and he looks very professional, and he looks into the camera. He uses his hands a lot. Notice he uses his hands a lot, okay? And he says, right, so all these accomplices, I can't say this word very well, accomplices, okay?
That's
They're driving down the back of the house, okay? They're driving down. There's so many of them, right? I think they must have come in a coach, right? But anyway, they're driving down the back of the house, right? And Chris Watts wants to make sure they find the correct house and the correct window, okay? So they're driving down. Chris Watts, he puts 2 little spades, is it? A spade and a fork, children's spade and a fork, in a cross.
And a cross, yeah.
The cross marks the spot, okay? But there's a dirty, great, big, fluorescent pink Minnie the Mouse blind in the bloody window. Right, but the only thing AD is concerned about is making his subs aware that Chris Watts has left this symbol on the floor. These 2 really relevant spades, because X marks the spot.
I know.
And you watch their reaction. Oh wow, it's amazing the things you pick out. And I'm looking at this big Mickey Mouse blind, and I'm thinking, why does he need this? They'd have to get out of the car, right, and they'd have to walk along the back of them gardens searching for AD's little X marks the spot. It's utterly, utterly ridiculous. But he's very good at what he does, right? Because what he does is he builds a narrative. I've watched him, right, and what he does is he goes over a point. It could be completely ridiculous point, right? So he goes over and over and over it until his subs start going. Like, let's point out the ponytail, right? The famous ponytail. When he first came out with that, no one could see this bloody ponytail. It's there, and he would spend hours on this bloody ponytail. A few people would go, oh my God, yeah, I can see the ponytail. And then miraculously, the ponytail become a little bit clearer, miraculously. And then he's like, it's a ponytail, it's her. So everyone's concentrating on the ponytail, and everyone's concentrating on the fact that NK's got a ponytail. So there's a connection there. Nothing else matters. Outside of that ponytail, nothing matters. No one's asking, where did she go? Where did she come from? Why didn't Nate's camera pick her up? How did she get in the house? Maybe she went through the back where X marks a spot. Nobody is talking about outside of the ponytail. He just focuses them on the ponytail. Right. So when he's got most of them, so it's definitely her, he moves on to the next point, the red car. So now we've got the ponytail and the red car. Okay. So he goes on and on and on about the red car until people start saying, oh, yeah. And then when he's grabbed him, he's got the ponytail. It's like, you know, that game you used to play when you was a kid, you know, and you sit around in a circle and you go, I went to the shop and I bought, I don't know, a Mars bar. And the next person says, I went to the shop, I bought a Mars bar and I bought a packet of crisps. And you have to follow that around. That's what he does with his sobs. And he builds this whole narrative, this whole storyline, and no one thinks outside the box. If the red car was on the gravel, there was a missing person in that house. Okay, the police would have seen tread marks in that grass. Robbie and his friend, I don't know what his name was. He went there the other night. He proved no red car could be on that gravel. He proved that his car could go a certain way. Last night, that's all irrelevant. That's all scrubbed. He's taking that down. You know, now he's back to the red car was on the gravel. One time I've been on the thing, but I don't know if I'm rambling, but he just builds this narrative, but he doesn't explain outside the box, you know. And I think it was the night before last. God alone knows how many accomplices was in that house. There was a cleaner. You know, I was in that chat. I was having a hate time. I'm like, is she hoovering? As she used pledge? As she make sure she cleaned the fridge? You know, he's just utterly ridiculous in what he says. According to him, there is at least, it's between 4 and 7 people were in that house that night. Okay, that night. God alone knows what all these people were doing. We don't know where they parked. We don't know where they come from. No cameras picked these people up. They just appeared in a puff of smoke, I think, in the house. And they run right around this house. They was cleaning. They was doing all sorts of things, right? They, again, I don't like this bit, but they transported what they needed to out the back window. It took 4 of them, and what was it? A steel hammock frame is used. That was used as well to transport this.
Yeah, we know what you mean. I know you struggle. I know you're not comfortable with those details, Katie.
But he's used all these people to transport this, what needed to be transported under a 3-foot fence into a waiting truck. You know, it's just beyond.
The thing is, I think he forgets, because we were talking about this earlier in a thread on another video, and we're like, if the red car was there, why did it only wait 3 seconds after Betty had left?
Mm-hmm.
Why was it, you know, I mean, you would have thought, if this was so meticulously planned, and that's the word that he uses, isn't it, meticulous, why wouldn't they wait 15, 30 seconds or a minute for Betty to be out of sight so she can't see anything in her rear view mirror? Why only 3 seconds? That's a bit, you know, because let's face it, 30 seconds or a minute isn't going to really play a big part in their time frame, you know. And if everything was happening out the back, as he says, why did the accomplice, and I'm putting that in inverted commas because I truly don't believe that there were any accomplices. Why did the accomplice stroll casually, calmly through, across the driveway in front of Nate's camera, which he states Chris Watts was very aware was there? So why did that happen? Why was the red car even out the front if everything was going on round the back? You know, there's so many inconsistencies that he causes for himself, you know?
He does. And Nate told us all that his camera picks up anything coming down that road and going up that road. So how did the red car get there without anybody seeing it? And on Nate's camera, when he's scrolling through, and you can see, I don't know if it's the previous day or whatever it is, you can see in daylight where his camera has picked up all different cars, neighbourhood cars, and just neighbourhood car happens to be red. So now AD has brought that into the narrative. Look, there's a red car. And no one's thinking, well, that's during the day, you know, and all those cars were checked. You know, but that's during the day. Why would they sit on the curb all day long waiting to park on the gravel drive to drive off to God alone. And if everything went out the back, what was the red car doing? Why did he need the red car? Yeah, it just,
Exactly.
when you try to put a puzzle together and it really doesn't fit, you normally just throw it out, don't you? But see, I think AD's realised that his red car theory don't work. So now the red car, well, not so much the red car, but everything going on in the front is a complete decoy. He's fooling us. You were all fooled. I told you. You were all fooled. I wasn't fooled, but you was all fooled because it was all going on out the back. You're like, it's quiet, right? There's nobody living out the back. There's no one there, okay? So you can't account for noises in the night, can you? You can't say, oh, it might be Mrs. Bloggs over there and, I don't know, she's got a washing machine on. There's nobody living out the back at that time. So there's a coach load of accomplices. There's a woman with a hoover. There's people carrying something they shouldn't be carrying. They're moving around all these bloody articles in the garden to transport something over a 3-foot fence into a truck that's pulled up and parked on a gravel path. And all this has gone on and nobody's noticed. Nobody's heard a thing.
Yeah.
Not heard a thing.
And apparently there was like a little step left by the window for them to step out of. Well, why didn't somebody just kick that a couple of yards away from the door after they'd used it to make sure it didn't look like there was a little step put there? That would take half a second to do that, wouldn't it? Everybody, we must remember to get rid of that little step. There's so many, but the thing is, though, Katie, what he does, in my eyes, is he's just so disrespectful to the whole. I don't know, the whole situation. He's belittling and like diluting the reality of it all, And I feel, and I get emotional, that certainly when he's, the victims in this case, they just get pushed aside, and he doesn't seem to realise that he's talking about a precious family. He's more concerned about getting it right, getting his theories out there, and he doesn't realise the impact that it's having on people. What's more important, people's feelings or his theories?
Well, I think
that's just how I feel.
I don't think he understands. He's got one thing on his mind, and the only thing he's got on his mind is himself. It's a way of making money for him, and like I say, if he was doing that in an honest and fair way, good, fair play to him. But he's not. He's being dishonest. He knows he's being dishonest. He knows what he's saying is wrong. He knows what he's doing. But I don't think he has any thought for the people involved that are struggling, that are having to deal with outside. He doesn't.
I don't either.
Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say that he's continuously saying to everybody, this is my job, this is my career. But my point is, if you go for a job, you have to be interviewed, don't you? Any job that you go for, you have to be interviewed. Nobody gets interviewed to open up a YouTube channel.
No.
Now, in my opinion, AD doesn't have the right qualifications, the right skills to be a YouTube creator in the true crime community. He doesn't have the sensitivity and the respect to be in the true crime community. Maybe in another area, I don't know, I don't even want to say what other area, but maybe say the entertainment community. But if you think technically, if he was to be interviewed to be the owner of a true crime channel, can you see my point? He says it's his job, but nobody interviewed him to get this job. He's just done it himself, But I don't know if I'm making any sense there.
No, but he can. He can. Everyone's entitled to open up a YouTube, and everyone.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying he's not entitled to, Katie. What I'm saying is that I don't feel he's got the right skills and, like, inverted commas, qualifications to be a true crime person, because he's so insensitive. My belief is that when you're a YouTube creator, I think you need to have at least two qualities about you. One of them is to be sensitive to other people's feelings, especially your viewers and the people that you're talking about. And the other one is to be responsible with what you're creating.
Absolutely.
And I
You
don't
know,
feel that I don't think he's either of those. I feel he's very, very insensitive and he's irresponsible, you know? And when he says these things that he later on denies, or he'll say that it was a joke, it's too late. The horse has bolted. He said what he said. He's done what he's done. You know, I mean, remember what he did to Shane Carey? Do you remember? Were you following
oh
him back
gosh,
then?
yes, yes, I
I
remember
mean,
that.
he had that man hung, drawn, and quartered. He's got no skill or
No
qualifications
skill.
in body
No,
language. And that poor man, he crucified him, didn't he?
he did.
And as it turned out, he was totally innocent, you know. And AD made some sort of insincere, half-hearted apology and took the video down.
Mm. I mean, to be
It's
fair,
too late by then. It's too late. It's been and done. We've all heard what he had to say, as did maybe Shane, sorry, and his family and friends. You know,
there were other creators making the same mistake.
there
I don't
were
know.
Casey.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know
he
if they had the same kind of audience he does, but there was a few others that made the same mistake. He did
yeah,
take
he
it.
wasn't alone. He wasn't alone, but I didn't see anybody do like a detailed analysis of Shane Carey's body language in the degree that AD did, like a
There were
2-hour
a
show.
few. There were a few. To be fair to AD, there
Right.
were a few.
Okay.
But the
Okay.
worst thing about that was he didn't learn any lessons. He
No.
didn't learn any lessons. He carried on doing exactly the same thing in other cases. And he still does that. You know, he
Yeah.
still has this, he still performs exactly the same way. So really that should have been, you know, a kick up the arse for him. Sorry, I'm
That's
swearing.
all right.
It
Don't
should have
worry.
been a kick up the bum for him to say, oh my God, look, I need to pull back on this and not overanalyze things, because he has got no skills in analysing anyone. But he didn't learn a lesson. He carried on in the same
No.
vein. You know, I mean, there was that poor child in America. God forgive me, but I can't remember her name. And her dad took her out in a basket, and he killed her. Okay, and they didn't know where the body was. And he was saying, and I won't say who he said told him, but somebody told him that they will find bits of her in the pipes of the house.
Oh gosh.
You know, and he plucked that out of the air because the person he said told him that. I cannot believe on God's earth she would have said it. But that's what he said. And it conjured up this image in my head that I've still got, the way he explained it. And that I don't find funny. No, I do not find that funny.
No.
But that's a prime example of what he does. He sensationalizes things, and he always has to be the first one. But what he'll do is, if a case is up and coming, he will look at it and he will presume or assume, I don't know what the right word is there, what happened, what occurred. And he will come out and he will say it just because there's a possibility he could be right. And then he could say, you heard it here first. I'm the one you come to. You know, and that's
Yeah,
what he does.
absolutely.
That's
And
what he
is
does.
that really, is that really necessary? I think he risks getting the right information, getting his research, if you like, correct. He risks that by wanting to be the first person to get the news out there. He'll quickly jump on live, or he'll quickly upload a video when he hasn't got all the facts, purely
Yeah.
because he wants to be the first one. And it's like the Netflix thing. Who cares if he saw it 3 or 4 days before anybody else? Who cares if his team saw it? Because he did a review, but he couldn't say anything about it. What's the big deal? So what? I didn't really get all that. Why is it so important that he got to see it before anybody else?
Because it's important to his status. He likes to bolster his status. He likes to, like, when he says, oh, I'm in mainstream media. I thought that was hilarious. When he's done that one the other night, when he said he was in mainstream media and it was some fact paper that nobody even would know about unless you knew about. I really don't think he read that, beforehand, because it was quite detrimental to him. And if you listen to his premiere, it was like, oh, I've hit the big time kind of thing. That's the kind of impression he was giving off. But when he just sat there on a live and he read it, I think the penny sort of like dropped. That this isn't good. This really isn't good. And I was so glad he did that, because that showed to his subs. Whether they picked up on it, I certainly picked up on it. Whether they picked up on it, I don't know. But
oh, it's difficult to know, isn't it? Because they continue to support him regardless, so it would seem, regardless of what he does. And then, like this awful Google search that we've all seen recently, he's now trying to say that he was hacked. But people are going to believe him, aren't they?
But
it's ridiculous. Hacked. Like Abigail said, he was hacked before the 8th. Why didn't he announce it? Why didn't he say, oh, gosh, guys, guess what? I've been hacked. I would have thought that would be something that he would have said, If we hadn't have seen this comment, he would never, ever have mentioned anything, because he wasn't hacked, in my opinion.
No. But how many of his subs actually saw what was on screen? Because a lot of people are just in that chat, and a lot of viewers just watch the chat. They don't automatically watch what's going on the screen, so they'll miss what's going on the screen. And I admit, I missed, because I was sitting here, I think I was painting or something, and I was just listening, so I didn't even see that come up on the screen. But the people that supposedly hacked him knew, Genetic Code's website, because they put that in.
Yes, yeah, saw that. Yeah.
Was it wizard betting? I looked that up. That was horse racing. They put that in for him. They were really kind to him. They put in stuff that he would look for.
Yeah.
And then that's that. I can't get beyond that search, because, like I said earlier, it's not what it clicked to. It was his mindset when he was searching for it, and that is a true example of him degrading women. He gets off on degrading women, and that to me is huge, and that should tell his subs that are mainly women.
Why doesn't it sink in? Why did that? I've just got a message here. Kelly Dawn native, I'm going to get this wrong, Oregonian. Martin has said that Cow Lady from AD's channel apparently has much more evidence of his internet searches, meaning AD, worse child, porn stuff, etc., and she's turned it all over to the police. So there we go. I mean, I haven't been in touch with Martin or anything, but if she's turned it all over to the police, and that was one of his long-term die-hard spanners, wasn't she? She's been with him, well, ever since I can remember.
But look, right, look. Good on her, right? Good on her. It's good if she's done this. It's good that she's done this. But how long has she had it for? And how long has she been supporting?
Oh, absolutely. I totally agree with you there. I totally agree. Why did she stay?
I was in his Facebook group a while ago, and I sat in there for a long time, right? Because not to comment in there, because you get slung out. But like I said before, I'm a people watcher, so I just watch. Because if you're going to have an opinion on someone, you've got to have a really good informed opinion on him, right? So, and that's what I've got, and that's what I tried to express to Tanya. This isn't plucked out of air. I've been watching this bloke, right? So that woman you've just mentioned, right?
Yeah.
Before any hit list was mentioned anywhere, put up the first hit list in his Facebook group. And that list of names was long, or list of YouTube groups was long. And
right. I've never been in his. I was declined. I've tried 8 times to get into his Facebook group, and I've been declined every time. But so I've never seen his Facebook group.
And Maureen was in there, and Michael was in there, and they were all in there, and nobody did anything, okay? But they all started to scream and jump when the channels that were, and let me express this, right? The channels that were exposing him, because they were exposing him.
Yeah.
I've lost my thread now. What was I going to
We're
say?
talking about the hit list and
Yes,
that nobody said anything.
and and it was all fair and dandy, right? And they were in there, and at that time, his Facebook group was huge. It was really busy. I mean, it was a really busy Facebook group. Loads in there, loads commenting, and it was go get them. That's how it was worded. Not in them words. Go get them. Go out and report. These have got to come down. These have got to come down. And a whole gaggle of them were coming back and saying, I've reported this one, because they all wanted that brownie point, right? But when the groups that were exposing him retaliated, oh my God, and that's now all we hear from him now are these troll groups. They've got a hit list on me. They're doing this, they're doing that. He started the ball rolling. And it's all because he didn't want to be challenged. He didn't want his subs moving from outside of his tunnel vision, because they might just pick up that what he was feeding them was misleading and lies and lies. So he wanted to keep them in that tiny, tiny little corner with just him, thinking he's Mr. Wonderful, while in his Facebook group, it was all going on. And all those people, they're out there saying, I've never heard him say a bad word against the family, has never been in his Facebook group. Because if it ain't encouraged, it ain't stopped. And I've seen some vile things in there. I mean, vile. I'm not saying these are his run-of-the-mill subs. It could be alts in there to jeer up the crowd. We don't know who's behind these profiles.
Yeah, no, we
I've
don't.
seen terrible things in there, and they're left stood. They're left stood there for people to pick at, to go over. And some of the things that's been said about that lad, that time when that captain, whatever his name was, come out, there was a thread in there. That's when I left. I left at that point. There was a thread in there that was just so vile, worse than the video, and it was left stood. And no one can tell me that he is not responsible for that. I don't care if he never saw it. He's responsible for creating that, for stirring it up, for pushing a narrative. And then he comes out with, they're not victims, I'm a victim. He's created what he's doing.
Yeah.
He created that, okay? So, but he takes no responsibility for that. All he sees is himself. I mean, he's been gambling from casinos, pretending he's at home in his flat. He's been asking for money because obviously he's just lost at the table, but his subs don't pick it up. They just don't pick it up. So whereas people might not understand why, I find him entertaining, why I've watched him so long, and AD, I pay £1. £1. That's what I pay to watch you. Because I would not have paid any more than that.
No.
And that's why, because you have to have an informed opinion to have an opinion.
Yeah, absolutely you do, yeah.
My feeling on him now is completely plain, because, like I say, I keep saying I can't get past this Google search, and I hope a lot of you subs can't get past this Google search, and I hope a lot of the mods are thoroughly ashamed of themselves. I'm sorry, but you can't go that long. And if one particular person's come out now and said this is his search history, she still supported that man, and she's been vicious against people. I don't care the persona she comes over as Mrs. God-fearing person. She has been nasty to people. In the back of her mind, she must have questioned herself. I hope she had.
Yeah.
I would hope she had. And then you have Maureen, and she supported him until she fell out with Emma. If she hadn't fell out with Emma, would she still be supporting him? I think she would. And she has her lives that are just based on protecting herself. I've not heard anything substantial come from her. Nothing substantial that's come from her against AD. Now, this lady you've just mentioned, she has, albeit late in the day, she's come out and she's doing something. So I don't have any respect for Maureen, because leaving him is one thing, right? But then sitting there as like being righteous and saying, oh, he's a con artist, he's that. He was there all the time that he was sending out these hit lists. He was sending out instructions to shut these people down. Lex, she lost that huge channel that she relied on. She relied on the extra bonus money that come in. And that was at Christmas time. You know, without a second.
Yeah, she did. I actually made a video about
Yeah.
when Lex's channel went down as well, because he's always going on about us wanting to cut off his livelihood and his finances, and he did exactly the same thing to Lex.
I mean, she goes on about the insider, you know.
Pardon?
She was there. She supported it. She supported his scams. And she's inside. She's inside, right? Maybe I'll give her some due. And maybe, you know, when you're that close, you can't see it. But she left because she fell out with a mod, because she was no longer top mod. That's why she left. And don't no one be any other illusions that she gained a conscience, because she said just recently that when she first started supporting
Katie, just let me know. Just to let you know, sorry, Maureen is here in chat.
She can come up. I'm talking about her. She has a right to reply.
No, it's fine. I just wanted to let you know.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying
absolutely.
nothing about
Yeah. I just wanted to
that I wouldn't say to her place, because I'm going off her own words, right?
Okay.
She said right at the beginning, Mike or Michael, whatever his name is, he told her AD was a dodgy bloke. And she said, no, I'm going to give him a chance. And then she says, we only stayed to support our friend. And she names that friend.
Yeah, she did. She did say that she stayed to support Debs, yeah.
Yeah, and then she said he gave this person all the money back, okay? But she still stayed. She still stayed there. And she still supported it. And she supported the hit lists. And she supported all the strikes. And she supported the Facebook that was detrimental to the victims of these crimes. I'm sorry, but it makes me angry when someone sits up there and she thinks she's all good and goody two-shoes. If she'd have come out and she said, look, I'm no longer with him, and now that I've left, I realise what an idiot I was, and I'm so sorry to everybody involved, and now I'm going to give over what I know to somebody, and I'm just going to slink off into the background. But she doesn't. She keeps giving off these lives where she says absolutely nothing. She doesn't say anything. She does say nothing substantial. And you know what really shocked me, Maureen? And I'm going to talk to you directly, right? What really shocked me was the night before last, okay? Who was it? It was a woman guest you had that was talking about how he was treating her guests. And there was one particular guest, one particular ex-sub of his that had a nasty accident. It was so bad that she couldn't type and use her fingers. She had to use a tool in her mouth in order to type. AD had took the piss out of this woman on a live and said, oh, something about she couldn't even type or something. And I thought that was the most shocking thing I'd ever heard. Maureen jumped over this woman who was explaining this and said, oh, yeah, and he says, I block everybody. And she went off about herself. And I thought, how are you more important than this poor lady who he scanned money off of, who he then ridiculed?
Yeah.
He ridiculed her. But what was more important to Maureen was that letting people know that she was blocked. I'm sorry, I'm going off. You need to pull me back.
Right, okay. No, that's okay, Katie. Yeah, I know you will. Maureen does have quite a lot of support in the chat. So I didn't know whether Maureen wanted to come up on panel. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, she has a right to reply.
Okay, Maureen, I didn't know. I thought I saw you said that you wanted to come up. on panel, Maureen. Just want to give you the opportunity, as long as everyone sort of, stays respectful. And where is she, Maureen? Yeah. Shall I drop the link in? I'll drop the link in the chat for you, Maureen, because it is only fair that you have the right to. Okay. Let me just get it. It might take me a couple of couple of seconds. Hang on. That is just for Maureen at the moment, guys. I know you will, Maureen. I'm sure we're all adults here, aren't we? Maureen's just said that she will behave. I haven't got any problem. I haven't got any worries about you coming up, Maureen. I know that you'll be respectful, but I just feel it's fair that you get the opportunity to, like Katie said, you've got the right to reply. I'm just trying to add you, Maureen. Oh, there we go. Welcome, Maureen.
Hi, FeeBee.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you just turn your YouTube off?
Yeah, sorry, I had him on.
It's all right.
Right.
I'm just trying to add you, Maureen. Oh, there we go.
Thank you.
Welcome, Maureen.
Hi.
Hi, Maureen.
Hi.
Can
Hi, FeeBee.
you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can't.
Somebody's got their YouTube off.
Sorry, I had him on. Right.
I'm just trying to add you, Maureen. Oh, there we go. Welcome, Maureen.
Hi.
It's like Hotel California in here. I'm stuck in a chat with people I don't know. Somebody's got their YouTube on.
Oh.
Bear with us, guys. Bear with us.
Sorry, that was me.
That's all right. These things happen, Maureen. Don't worry.
I had so many tabs open, I couldn't remember which one was yours.
Don't worry. Don't worry. It's fine. These lives aren't as easy as they may sometimes appear, are they? So
no, they're not.
Don't you worry. So I shall hand things over to you and Katie. I'm just going to put myself on mute, Maureen and Katie. Okay. So you can speak to each other. All right. Is everybody okay with that?
Katie, what you said about the lady Julie?
If you let me know when you've finished explaining, so we don't talk over each other, that would be good. Yeah, I'll mute, and then you say your piece, and then let me know when you want me to jump in. Is that okay? Yeah.
I'll finish when I finish. It's up to you when you want to jump in.
I'll wait.
The lady you just mentioned, Julie, she happens to be my personal friend. I didn't jump in. We had a personal joke between the two of us because we'd then gotten off the phone. So do you understand? Not everything you see is as you see it.
Okay, what I saw, right, was a lady, a guest you had on, and she was telling a shocking story about that lady, and she was explaining how this woman struggled and how AD had ridiculed her.
Yeah, he did.
He did. Yeah, it sounds like he did.
And he's done a lot more than what you all know as well. Well, that's been dealt with privately.
Well, it just sounds like that this was a really, really, it was good to be highlighted that how he treats people. Now, I'm not saying he knew that that's the way she typed. Perhaps he didn't know. But either way, no one should be ridiculed for the way they type. But she was expressing this and she didn't actually finish what she was saying. And you immediately, this is how it come across, Maureen, whether you meant it to come across the way it did. But to me, I was shocked because she was telling this story and I was completely enthralled with it. And then you jumped on, you said, yeah, and he blames me for blocking everybody. And you took it off on another tangent. And I thought it was important that point was highlighted.
The joke was between Julie and I.
What joke? I didn't
That's
hear
just
that.
it. The joke was between Julie and I.
What joke? I don't. You
It
have
was
to.
a private joke between Julie and I. She knows what it meant. I know what it meant. Because he actually told me to tell her to F off and block her. And I wouldn't do it. And that's how we became good friends.
I'm quite a black and white thinker, okay? So I'm not quite understanding how what you've just explained slots into what I've just said.
Well, I think you're nitpicking and you want to humiliate me, but I'm not going to argue on FeeBee's channel. I wouldn't do that to anyone's.
I'm just explaining what I heard and how I heard it, and I thought it was quite shocking.
Well,
took it off. I'm not arguing.
It's up to you how you take it.
So
it was a personal joke, and I've not had, out of the 170 people in my chat that night, not one of them has ever complained about it. And you weren't even there.
I was there. I was watching.
No, you weren't in the chat, were you?
I wasn't in the chat. I don't participate a lot. I sit and I listen. But the point I'm making, I can't see where the joke is. This woman was solemnly telling this awful thing that occurred, and then all of a sudden we was took off on a blocking. So I don't know quite where the joke is. But if I've missed it, then I apologise. But I can't see the connection.
You have missed it, but it was a joke between me and Julie.
What was the joke? Explain to me what the joke was.
No, I won't explain to you because why should I? Who are you?
Oh, well, I'm just trying to understand.
All I see from you is you don't like AD, but now you're bringing me into it.
I'm bringing mods into it.
Exactly. And you have no idea what the 3 mods who left over a week ago have been through.
I'm not
I do because I've spoken to them. And don't you dare go and complain about them or run them down.
Why not?
Why not? Because you don't know what went on, but I do.
What went on?
Sorry if I sound angry, but I will not have those 3 mods run down, given hate, because they don't bloody deserve it. The one person that deserves to be hated is Armchair himself, Kevin, and Enema. Oh, and by the way, I did not decide I fell out with Enema because she got on the top table. Mike and I stayed there for one reason. We knew what he was doing to our other colleague. But that's her story to tell, and I'm not going to tell it. But that is the reason we stayed, because she was another victim of his.
Okay, but you explained last night that he did pay her back, but you continued to stay.
He paid some back.
But you continued. Maureen, when you left AD, okay, in your group, you put up a post.
I put up many posts.
You put up a post explaining why you left. And the grounds that you cited was the fact, and it was only Emma. You didn't say bad practices. You didn't say misleading.
Sorry if I didn't use the words that you prefer to read. I put up a post with the basics. And if you know what Emma has done since she's been there, you'd be shocked. Because I do know. But trust me, she won't get away with it.
Well, that's as maybe, and that's down to Emma, I suppose. But you nightly broadcast, and most of your lives consist of this Emma, and you know you did leave, and you brought up Emma, and when you started your Facebook page, you wouldn't let anyone interact with you. People were asking you questions, and you was like, "I'm not talking about that. I'm not here for your benefit." You know.
No, I'll actually say this now. I am not here for anyone's benefit.
No.
I could have turned my back, walked away, and not opened that group and said, you know, damn it. let people get ripped off. But no, I opened my group so I could make it known what he is, to try and stop other women being led on by him romantically, stripped of every penny that they have, that he gets out of them because he makes them all these promises. Once their money dry up, it's it, dumped and blocked in the rudest of ways possible. And that is what happened to two of them, that he wanted me to tell them to F off because he'd had enough of them. No more money to give him. He couldn't tell them to F off. He wanted me to do it, and I wouldn't do it. You have no idea what being with that man was like. But I stood it, Mike stood it, because we were loyal to our friend, and we were not going to see her stripped of her money, because she's so kind-hearted, and she would have helped anyone. And she was a victim, like all of the others.
So these other women, these other subs, that he scraped for their money, he dumped when they was no longer any good to him. All those things that I'm not doubting for a minute, that you say he did whilst you was head mod. Okay, when you left, you said nothing of that. Nothing.
No, because it's not my business to talk about.
All you said, but it is because you're there. You're not naming.
No,
names.
it's not. It's the business of the women.
If you're a whistleblower, which you are, when you left, you should have made a post and explained why you left. You should have said these women are being stripped of their finances. He's dumping them. He's trying to get romantically involved with them. That's what you've just said. I'm using your words, probably not word for word. So when you left, you didn't say any of that, Maureen. All we heard was Emma.
Yeah, because Emma is the one that has done the worst. You all think AD is the worst? No, it's Emma, because she doesn't like you using her real name.
Maureen, AD is the top of the list.
Well, he might be top of your list, but I can tell you if. Well, no, I'm not going to actually tell you.
Are you seriously saying that everything that AD does comes from someone? There's a puppet master over the top of him. They make him mislead these women. They make him. Are you honestly saying that? Are you saying that he's absolved of any responsibility for what he does? It's his business. It's his brand. It's his voice. It's his face. Are you honestly sitting there saying that this is all Emma's fault? Do you honestly believe that? I'm sorry for shouting, but I'm expressing. I'm not shouting, I'm expressing. I don't understand how you keep carrying on with this. It's all Emma's fault, and if I was still there, he wouldn't be doing all this. Well, you was there when the insider was going on, when he was stripping people's money. Then you said nothing. You did nothing.
You think I said nothing? I said it to the right people.
What did you say?
Shall I tell you something?
Go on then.
I'm not a bloody fool. No. I have been working alongside with a police officer.
Okay.
Everything I've done by the advice of a lawyer and a police officer. And it's all logged at Weston-super-Mare Police Station.
Okay. Well, that's good. That's good.
Yes, it is good, because I've told them and given them all of the proof.
It's not the point in question. You seem to absolve AD of the responsibility of what he's done.
I what?
You absolve him of the responsibility.
No, I do not.
Emma.
No, I do not, because
you just told me Emma was at the top of the pile. She's not. AD is. Sorry, I'm going to mute.
Please. You don't know AD. If you did, you'd understand why Emma is the one who did the worst. I'm going to tell it now, and I don't care if he comes after me with a lawyer, because I've just about had enough keeping quiet about him. He's ill. He cannot do hardly anything for himself. He cannot research. If he researches and reads something, it's gone in his head, but he cannot process it and make sense of it. He can do very little on a computer. I have to be careful here because I can't. He doesn't know how to use PayPal, to draw his money out of PayPal, things like that. He doesn't understand how things work. Why do you think we were there? We did a lot for him, but we never did research because I never did research because I never had the time. And along came Emma. And it's now my belief that she was working with him long before we knew. Because when I took her on the June, she knew far more about him than we'd ever told her. And the things that she has done, that the 3 mods who've left have shown me and told me, is disgusting. She is the one who was currently pestering the Watts family, Cindy Watts in particular. And Cindy told them all to sod off. Sorry for swearing, but she wanted nothing to do with him, the channel, nothing. But Emma wouldn't leave Cindy alone and kept sending her gifts to get her on side. So all of this tale about the Watts, what he's trying to plug right now, is lies, all lies. I mean, there is a lot more, but I just don't want to jeopardize anything because when that man is taken down, I want him to go down for good. For what he's done to 9 women, for the way he's treated his mods. I stayed, Mike stayed, because we knew what a swine he was and we wanted to see him caught. Now, are you happy, Katie? That we were there to protect our friend as well.
So Emma does all the technical things, the contacting guests.
Emma did it all.
Plying them with gifts, bribes for them to come on the show. Sounds feasible
Probably.
to me. Yeah, sounds feasible to me. He can't do anything technical at all. So
no, he can't. He cannot even. He once asked me to contact someone, and I said, no, you do it. Here's the email address. And I told him what it was, and he was trying to write it down. And he couldn't do it. I had to spell the alphabet out for him. It took nearly 3/4 of an hour. And in the end, he just went, no, I can't do it, you do it. And just got huffy and went off. He can't do anything. And this is what people don't understand. And I'm not sticking up for him. He has used people to get where he is today, if you can call it anywhere, and he dumps them. You won't find nothing. If you now took his PC away, you won't find nothing on his. It will all be on hers. Because he can't do nothing. He has to memorize what he's going to say tonight. He will repeat and repeat and repeat. Because he's memorized it. He cannot go any further because he hasn't memorized any more. And that was quite a while before I realized that, what he was doing. But a lot of this he's told me himself, so I'm not making it up, and he will be absolutely angry, but I really don't give a toss now because he wants to take me to court. I'm ready for it. And I'm going to stick up for the 9 women that he's stripped of money. And I will stand by the mods that left. Because they don't deserve the hate that I got. I don't give a toss who hates me because it's water off a duck's back to me. But they don't deserve the hate that I got because they were being threatened by Kevin. And they were being threatened by Emma. And I know you're going to say, well, why didn't they walk out? It really is a cult. He has run that like a cult. And everything Kevin has said is a lie. Like Abigail said, there was no estate agent. There was no viewing at the house. It's all lies. The whole channel is built up of lies. And I don't know what else people expect me to say. As I said to someone once before, you've overthought what he's done. He has done most of it out in the open. There's one or two things that I won't make public because I don't want to jeopardize anything. I want him strung up for what he is. And when I saw that search the other day, I wasn't shocked. I was disturbed after I searched it myself, but that was just my curiosity. I wanted to know what he'd looked at, just to be sure. I already knew he had a file on his computer of,
dear God, Lord.
Of the P word, because I have the photograph that he sent me by accident. It was disgusting.
And you stayed with him?
Because I wanted to get
there,
him.
Maureen, and you stayed there.
I'm not a coward. I don't walk away from something. We stayed to get him. And with all the proof that we've got, he's well and truly caught. He sent me a photograph of a possibly over 20-year-old, naked. It was black and white, thank God. And she'd been stabbed all over, but standing provocatively. And he sent me that by mistake. But I already knew he had a folder on his PC anyway.
So can you explain why you stayed there?
Not to you, no, I won't.
Okay, fine.
I keep telling you, we wanted to get him. If you want to get someone, you've got to do the time with them.
Wow.
I told Prince about him last March of 19, March 19.
Okay, let's move past that. That's too much for me to handle, that, because
I'm sorry, but that you wanted the truth, so I've told it.
Nothing on God's earth, nothing on God's earth that would make me stand by anyone that had a folder of images as you've just...
You know why I stayed?
There is nothing on God's earth that would make me support that person.
Do you know why I stayed? Do you?
Carry on.
I stayed because I care about other people. You think I was going to walk away and let him do and carry on what he's doing? I saw what he was doing to my friend. I have 9 women who've come to me and told me what he's done to them.
Since you left?
While I was there and since I've left, it's 9 women.
Wow.
I don't walk away from something I see was wrong, and what he's doing is wrong.
You walked away, Maureen, right? And you told us all this is how you played it. You walked away.
I haven't played it. I've told the truth.
please let me speak. You walked away. You told us all it was all to do with Emma.
It was to do with Emma.
Yeah, so you told us all it was to do with Emma. But in the background, you knew he was... You knew he had this folder full of God alone knows what. You knew the kind of things that he liked to look at. You knew he was scamming women. You knew all this stuff. And when you left, you said nothing to warn anybody else immediately. You didn't do any of that. And all you've done since you've left is blamed Emma. And even now, I don't think you understand what you've just said. Or maybe it's...
I know exactly what I've just said, believe me.
Maybe it's just me, but you carried on supporting, striking, upholding what he was saying, you know, getting rid of channels left, right and centre, the insiders, the scams, the super chats, the blocking people in chat, timing people out that was trying to express that you did all this, Maureen, and you're saying you did all this for a friend who left him ages ago.
No, she didn't leave him.
She did, because it came out on your website, on your Facebook that she'd gone. You announced that she'd left. It was just you and Mike left.
She took time off because she wasn't well, and she came back and was behind the scenes.
Okay, so anyway, so you left. Okay, you left him eventually, but then you went back. Why did you go back?
I never went back.
You did go back.
No, I did not. When I left, I left. And that was it.
You went back and...
I'm sorry, Katie, but you're lying. I have not gone back to him.
I'm not lying, right? I may have heard...
Tell me the date I went back then.
Look, let me explain, right? I may have heard a lie, but I am not lying. And I'm going to check your Facebook group, because I'm sure you explained why you went back.
I know.
I'm sure you did.
I never left before. I left December the 13th at 4:13, a Friday afternoon, and that's it. And I've never been back.
And you didn't message him and ask him if you could come back at any point?
No, I did not. And
there was a mod meeting, and they all said no, they didn't want you back. Is that a lie?
No, I know exactly what you're referring to, and it was December the 28th, the night the Ruzek family went on his chat, and they got all their comments deleted and they got blocked. And it was just mayhem. And when he'd finished, he made a chat up without me knowing and put me in it. And my phone rang. And I saw it was him. At the time, I thought it was just him. I didn't realise all the other mods were on the call as well. And he answered the phone, and he picked up that phone, and I said, "What the F did just go on there?" Because I was disgusted to see the Ruzeks were treated the way they were. And then all the other mods said hello. And I gave them a piece of my mind. I told them I was disgusted with how they then behaved. But I never asked to go back. They asked me to come back. And Alan said, no, she won't because of Debbie. And that is the God's honest truth. And I swear on that, on my husband's life. So whoever's told you anything else is wrong.
Well, no one told me. It's what I read. To be fair, I don't chat to people, and as I've explained before, I don't take others' opinions. But I'm sure I saw that on your, and I could be wrong. And if I'm wrong, I apologise.
You are wrong. I've never gone back. I couldn't wait to get away, and neither could Mike. And we can show you personal conversations between us saying, "Will it be this week when we leave?"
No, I don't want to see any of that. Right, so let's rewind a bit, right? So he can't do anything technical. He's useless at that. Okay, he can't do research because he can't keep it in his head.
No, he can't.
And he's illiterate. I don't know about dyslexic, but I think he's illiterate.
He's definitely dyslexic. He's definitely dyslexic.
Well, it's not a bad thing. There's lots of people with that, and no one should be put down.
No, I'm not putting him down for that.
No, I know you're not. I'm just talking. You know. And Emma does the research and she goes and gets the guests, right? I don't see anything wrong with that. Emma going out and touting for guests to go on his show. I've actually enjoyed his shows when he's had good guests on. And so there's not a problem with that. But I don't see where in that little list I've just written down, I can't see where Emma is responsible for what's coming out of his mouth.
Because you don't know what she's done, and I'm not going to say.
I'm not asking you to say.
So you'll never know what she's done.
Maureen,
but the right people know.
When he has a guest on, an expert, right, the best person in the world that has a cadaver dog, right, and that man tells AD,
yeah, I saw
that, you know, and I won't go over it again, right, and then AD completely dismisses that and carries on with his narrative. Is that Emma's fault?
Not what he does on screen is Emma's fault, but the work that he's given to do on screen is from Emma.
So Emma's gone out. Let's do this scenario. Emma's gone out and she's got this guest on, right? This dog handler, right? So she's plied him with gifts, wine, God alone knows what.
I don't know if she does it to everyone, but she did it to Cindy Watts.
Let's just use this scenario. So he's got this guest on. So Emma's done all the back work, the admin work, and she's got this guest on. So now we're looking at him and we're looking at this guest. Emma is in the background because she's done the boot work, isn't she? She's done all that boot work. She's got him on. Now it's just him. It's just him on that screen with this bloke, talking to him, discussing it, finding the facts for the subs. We're all sitting there, we're all watching, we're all listening. And then he completely dismisses everything that man says, deletes that video or puts it private and carries on with there was no thing in the house. That's not Emma's responsibility. That is him.
I never said it was Emma's responsibility, what he says on screen.
Thank you.
But the work that she gives him, he never used to pick the topics. It was her that did the research, and it was her that would make up what he was going to do that night.
Yes.
And we said all along from day one that everything she gave him was incorrect. It didn't match what was in Discovery. It was like, in a nutshell, it was like she was single-handedly trying to bring him down. And that is what we used to argue about. But he said, no, Emma knows she's right. And we couldn't get near Alan anymore to tell him that things were wrong. She blocked us like she did the 3 mods that have just left. She cut them off from Alan. And they were begging to tell him that she was wrong. And where is she now? She's deleted all her accounts and gone into hiding. Anyone would think she was guilty.
I think she's done the best thing she can do for herself. If she's
that says a lot about you then, if you think she's done the best thing.
Yes, I think she has done the best thing. If she's guilty of everything you've just said she's guilty of, the best thing she could do is shut up shop and slope off. What else can she do? What's she going to do?
She can come forward and admit what she's done.
Okay. Well, as far as I'm concerned,
I've come out in the open and told the truth. It's not that hard once you've done it.
Anyway, so Emma's no longer there. She's not been there for a couple of weeks.
I assume she's not there. They say she's left, unless she's come back in an assumed name, because it's the sort of thing she does. She had 12 names on Facebook and similar on YouTube.
Have you never done that, Maureen?
No. If I have to say anything that's in my name.
Fair enough. But she's not there, right? And he had Robbie and his friend on the other night, and he was clearly shown there was no red car. It wasn't possible for a red car to be on that gravel. He showed how Betty's car could possibly come out of that driveway and go straight on. AD agreed with all that, and then what did he do? He deleted that live and he's carried on with the red car was on the gravel path.
Well, I just don't believe that scenario at all.
Emma's not there. She hasn't given that to him.
Pardon?
She's not there. Emma hasn't been involved in that because she's not there.
Well, you're not very observant, are you? Haven't you noticed every night this week he's been using old videos from a long time ago?
Yes, he has.
Exactly, because Emma's not there to make his videos for him.
Well, she might have made the video. And look, Maureen, look, we're going to go round in circles all night.
Yeah, because you're kind of argumentative, aren't you?
Well,
I can see why AD wanted you off.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is I'm not paying for this. This is not costing me £1. But I can't get my head around how you don't feel he's responsible for
I never said I didn't feel he was responsible. He is responsible for a hell of a lot, but she is responsible as well.
That's as maybe, right? But you're putting Emma over the top of AD. You're putting her up there. She did the admin.
She did the strength.
Well,
sorry, baby.
I just don't understand. Maybe it's the way my brain works, but I don't understand how Emma is worse than AD.
Because you don't know it all yet. You're just going to have to be patient.
You know when he wears them earbuds, is she talking in his ear?
She would, if they carried on the same system that we had, we used to have an admin chat open. He would have a chat open, then he'd have a single chat open just for me, Mike, and Debbie. So I'm assuming he had one open with Emma. Because we used to have to tell him things while he was on a live. If something had gone wrong or somebody wanted something in the chat, we used to tell him.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming she kind of did the same.
So was she do you imagine that she was typing things up in this chat to dictate to him what he should be saying?
Probably. Because he doesn't remember. You just aren't grasping this man. I don't want to use the words, and I'm not going to use them.
Shall I tell you why I don't grasp this man? Because I can see this man. He's a confidence trickster.
Yes, he is.
He's a flyboy.
Yes, he is.
He will say anything it takes to sensationalize, to shock, to pull a crowd.
Yes,
that is not Emma. That is him. That is him. He will jump on anything that's got a bit of juice in it, and he will use it to its fullest extent. That's not Emma. That's him.
Oh, please. I don't know whether you're just trying to wind me up, but I'm finishing it.
Okay, let's drop it then, because our minds don't.
Yeah, I think so, because I've seen you on a couple of channels, and I watched you on AD when you were in Patreon.
Okay, what did you think?
You just like to be picky and argumentative.
So you didn't think I was pulling him up on stuff?
You were pulling him up on, but you didn't know when to stop.
Because I had a lot to say.
And you still do.
I still do. Because
but you're not going to believe what anyone tell you. But I can honestly sit here and say, I've told the absolute truth tonight.
It's not that I don't believe you, right, Maureen?
Oh, I think it is.
No, I can't get my head around what you're saying. I don't understand what you're saying.
Someone in the chat just actually wrote a comment that was absolutely perfect.
Go on then.
If I can find it. It was by somebody. Somebody. Emma, I can't find it. Emma was responsible for the content. Was one part of it, and AD was responsible for something else.
And that's correct.
But what people don't understand about him is his capabilities.
His technical abilities. I'm not getting at you, Maureen.
No.
I'm really not getting at you. I don't think you know what? Maybe you're not fully disconnected with him. Maybe you're still...
Excuse me, I'm very disconnected from him.
No, Maureen, I don't mean that disrespectfully. I mean, maybe there's a part of you that you said it. Look, you said yourself, being a mod was like being in a cult, right?
He has run it like a cult.
Yeah. So maybe there's a small part of you that is still slightly connected there. Because
no, I'm not connected with him at all. I'm disgusted with him.
Unconsciously, maybe. Unconsciously connected with him.
No, I am not connected with him. No, I hate the bloody sight of the man.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Maybe I'm not saying it right. But you seem to make excuses for him. That's how it's coming across to me.
No, the excuses are the truth. You won't take that as being true. He can barely write. He can barely read. He can barely speak properly. He can't do research. What is there that you don't understand?
Because what's coming out of his mouth, he is responsible and
yes,
solely
he is. But if you listen carefully, none of it makes any sense. He can't even pronounce the words properly.
Have you seen him work? Have you ever seen somebody selling windows?
Oh yeah, yes, I did have. Exactly, yeah.
Right. So they are trained. It's like brainwashing in a way, right?
But I know where you're going with it.
Hours and hours with you, going over the same things until it gets into your head. It becomes part of a narrative, and that's
you're going down the wrong path there. Sorry.
He does. He had many months ago, a year ago, or when he first started, he had this video where he explained to you the way he does it. He actually said it himself, and I pointed it out, and he took that video down, and I wish I'd never said anything, because it was brilliant what he did. He said, what I do, and he used his hands, put his hands up into a little tunnel. I will keep you concentrated on that one point, and I will keep going over that one point until that one point is the only thing you can think about, and then I'll move on to the next point, and then 2 points will be connected. He's very clever, Maureen. He's not an idiot. He's not a silly person.
So you really are on AD's side and working for him, are you?
Oh dear Lord, where did you get that? Where did that come from?
Well, that's about 25 people's opinion of you.
Okay, well, they're entitled to their opinion. They really are. But that is how
you won't listen to the truth. I don't want to use the technical term because it's not very pleasant. Okay. What I know said to you that he can barely write, barely read, cannot pronounce things properly is because of a condition.
I accept that. Got that. Understood that. I can't.
Why do you think he needs a team around him? Because he can't do anything for himself.
I accept that.
But you're not accepting it because in the next sentence you will say I'm lying.
I've never said you lied. What I'm telling you, what sparked this is you saying that Emma was the top of the pile. That's what sparked this whole tirade of conversation. And I'm trying to explain to you that she is not, that he is.
Well,
because if you accept...
You can have your opinion, but I know different. And she's their number one.
If you accept, right, if we all accept that Emma is the top of this pile, that slightly absolves him of the
Okay. How do you feel about 3 or 4 people had their places of work called?
Oh dear Lord, Maureen, don't go there.
I am going to go there because you don't believe me. He asked Mike and I to call several people's works. One in Australia, the lady knows who she is because I've told her. And we refused to do it. But I know who did do it. And I know who sent the emails to the other people's works. And it was her. So don't you dare come and say to me, Emma's not at the top. She's done more wrong.
So that was under the direction of AD, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
at least Mike and I knew right from wrong. She didn't. She did it.
Right,
And
so
that is the difference.
So let's understand this. AD directed you mods to phone someone's workplace, and Emma obeyed him. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, Emma obeyed it. Oh, she did.
Yes.
Absolutely. Kissed his feet, I should imagine.
So can you not understand that? Yes, Emma done the deed. We're not absolving Emma. We're not saying Emma did the same, right?
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Baby was
AD is
flapping there.
responsible. But AD is responsible for, if that call went ahead, AD was responsible for that call. Emma did the deed, but AD gave the instruction. Do you understand? Yes.
But would you have called somebody's work and reported them to try and get them the sack?
I'm not saying.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No, I wouldn't. But then I wouldn't say.
No. So don't you see the difference? Emma did it.
I don't see the difference.
Oh, come on.
What I see, right, is Emma is doing his bidding, but AD is responsible for that direction, for that directive. He's responsible for it, and that's what I'm trying to get you to understand.
I understand it all. You don't have to try to get me to understand anything, but I'm sorry, I'm going to leave it here because you are just nitpicking.
Don't go.
You know nothing.
Okay,
I will tell FeeBee a few things afterwards because she deserved to know some more.
Okay.
But you are just nitpicking and you're making yourself look silly.
We go back to calling people's workplace. Did AD direct you to threaten a member or a person? Did AD tell you to threaten
AD asked me to
person to phone? Because it's in black and white. It's up there. It's up there in Facebook where you threatened a person to call her workplace.
Could you name that person, please? Because I've called nobody's workplace.
I didn't say you called it. You threatened it. You threatened it.
I did not. I have not threatened to call anybody's workplace. And if you're thinking of the person I think you're thinking about, the conversation started, or the post started with, does your employer know? And it all went off that I was going to call her employer. No,
Maureen. What I saw was a person who took umbrage at what AD was saying. Right? She was deeply offended by what AD was saying. She went on her own Facebook timeline and she made a post saying that what AD had said had offended her, it was wrong, blah, blah, blah. And there was people that followed after that agreeing with her, saying what he said was disgusting. It was again about another little child. And then you popped on and Mike popped on. I watched it. I read it. I saw it happening in real time. And you popped on, it all got heated and you said something about her workplace and intimated that you were going to call them. Does your workplace know that you do this sort of thing? It was that type of thing.
Yes, and I can show you in Messenger the rest of the conversation I had with another colleague. I went on that chat to tell that person because that person had made some not very pleasant videos. And the colleague told me, as they're both employed and paid by, I don't know what they call it, government or social services work, I don't know, but they were paid by the same people. And in my colleague's contract, you were not allowed to have a YouTube channel and make videos and do certain stuff on social media. I went to the other person and started the post off, does your employer know? And I was about to say the rest when it all completely got blown out of proportion, so I just went. I never bothered.
It really did, Maureen. Because this person confronted you. She confronted you on that Facebook Live.
So have you actually... Is there a problem with you and I? Because I don't know you.
Not at all.
But you seem to be picking on me as if I've done something to you.
Maureen.
But from what I've seen of you, how you performed on ADs in Patreon, on Dr. B's, I find you to be still on Alan's side. Yeah, you can sit there and laugh. A lot of us know how he plays people and get people on his side to do his dirty work.
Well, I can swear on all that Tony. You couldn't be better. But you can think that more than anybody.
No, I won't think it, because I won't even be giving you a second thought once I leave here.
Don't think it. It really doesn't bother me, right? Because you're on YouTube and I'm where I am, and I find it quite amusing. But hey ho, that's life. People can think what they like. But
everything I've said, I can back up with proof. I have every conversation that I've had with Alan, the Spanners, everything. I have me and Lizzie. We have everything that you've said on other channels. We have it all.
That's good.
So when you go off accusing people, just make sure you have the proof.
What have who have I accused?
I can't hear your thing is going, but we can't hear you.
Sorry, ladies. I think I've unmuted myself. Sorry, ladies. I've unmuted myself, and I think my when I get a notification, it's the noise is sounding. So I'm sorry. I just wanted to.
Phoebe, I don't want to give your channel a bad name, but I think you've been played here. But I'll say good night and thanks for letting me come on. And
well, as long as I just want to make sure that I haven't cut in right in the middle of something. I tried to wait for the right opportunity because I wanted to be fair to both.
Just wants to be argumentative. She won't believe a word I say, even though I can prove what I've said. The relevant people have seen the proof. And I've seen Kate D in action across a couple of other channels, and I'm well aware of what she's up to, but I'll leave it at that.
What am I up to? You just made an accusation against me, so what am I up to?
You've made several against me tonight, Katie, so you're lucky it's only one.
Maureen, I've reacted to what the words that you've spoken. I've reacted to you. I didn't want to
I've reacted to you as well.
I didn't want to bring up the fact that you threatened somebody who was expressing an opinion.
I threatened somebody.
No, wait,
excuse me, Katie. Before you tell me that I threatened someone, could you get the proof, please? Am I making you chain smoke?
Am I chain smoking?
Well, sounds like the lighter keeps going.
Oh, I did light a cigarette. Yeah, I've lit a cigarette. I don't know if that's chain smoking, but I did light a cigarette. What was I going to say there? I wasn't going to bring up that you threatened somebody's workplace, but you brought up about phone calls. So that gave me the opportunity to bring that in. Okay, so I know what I saw, and the woman had put up some videos, but the videos were against AD. They were explaining why they took umbrage, and it wasn't anything to do with Chris Watts. It was about an entirely different case, and she had a right to speak her opinion on what he'd said, and that's what sparked the thread. She put a thread up on her own Facebook page, and there was loads of people there, and you jumped in, and that's what happened. Okay, so I only brought that up because
can you tell me when this happened?
Oh gosh,
because every 3 months I download all my Facebook and save it.
It wasn't your Facebook. Oh yeah, yours.
It'll be there if it's something I've commented on. I will have it.
I tell you when it was. What it was about. It was about the little James Bulger. So that'll give you a clue where to look. That was when he did.
Oh no, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Yes. So I'm not accusing you of doing the deed, but you certainly did imply, and it was in a threatening way, in my opinion.
Imply what?
That you was going to call her workplace.
Rubbish, absolute rubbish. Because I just wouldn't do that.
I'm not saying you did it.
No, I'm saying I wouldn't do that to anyone.
Okay. Well, I don't know if it's still up there, so maybe
I'll have it in what I've downloaded. It'll be in one of my zip files, and I know exactly what thread it was. I've probably even got it in screenshots.
Mm-hmm. Well, maybe now that you're away from AD, like go and revisit that thread and form your own opinion on what happened. Why?
I know exactly what happened.
Maybe it's good to refresh yourself.
I don't need to. That's
look
done
at it
and
in a
gone.
different
But
way.
all I know is I never threatened anybody because that isn't my style. I might be blunt, but I don't threaten.
You was both in there protecting AD at that time, and that's what sparked it all, because they were saying things about AD and what he was saying about how he spoke about this child and this mother.
He spoke about that child disgustingly. He actually said that it was the child's fault that he got run over and cut into pieces. Does that make you happy? I didn't defend him when he said that.
He did, and that's this woman.
And you think I defended him?
You was defending you wasn't defending what he said. You was defending him in general.
No, I was not defending him, because that night after that program we had a hell of a row because he was disgusting.
He was.
But then again, we all know he likes to talk about little children.
Yeah. So this woman, she was outraged because she
I'm not surprised. We were outraged.
I think she had some kind of friendship with the mother or something, but she was absolutely outraged, like a lot of us was. She expressed her opinion, and other people was expressing their opinion, and then you turn up, and people were saying he's doing this, he's sensationalizing this, he's doing it for money, and I can't recall what was said, but it was like, you and Mike were saying, he doesn't earn any money, he's not doing this for money, and you was defending him, which heated up the whole thread. The whole thread got heated against you. And then, because you were seen to be defending AD in this thread on this woman's personal timeline, you then said about her workplace. Now, whether you
because I then had a conversation with a colleague who'd seen the disgusting videos that person had made, which I downloaded and got, if you don't believe they exist, but they do. And this colleague was concerned that she could lose her job. And I went to tell her, and I said,
does your employer... didn't come across like that. That's not how you came across. That's not how you came across. And the videos the lady did was...
sorry, Katie, I'm going to leave it, because I'm not going to argue on your channel and spoil it, but this woman is playing you.
Okay. You've a right to that opinion.
Thanks, FeeBee, for letting me come up.
Bye, Maureen.
That's okay, Maureen. You're very welcome. Thank you for coming on. I appreciate it. And wow.
Well, I ain't finished now. Anybody else want to come up and perhaps let me know that I'm working for AD, which I find hysterical? I'd like to hear from people.
Sorry?
I'd like to hear from the people.
You'd like to hear from
the people that think I'm working for AD.
Yeah, well, a couple of people asked whether you're definitely going to stop your Patreon.
I am. The Google search has stopped me in my channel.
I know I asked you. Yeah, I know I asked you earlier, but a few people have come in since then, so I just wanted to
it's not worth my pound.
Clarify that.
The reason I was in his
Patreon... did anybody else want to come up? No. Oh, we've lost you, Katie.
No, I'm still here. Can you hear me?
Oh, sorry. The reason you were in his Patreon. Yeah, we heard the reason you were in his Patreon, and then it went quiet.
The reason I'm in his Patreon, or was in his Patreon, was to see what he was saying. It was to highlight to his subs what he was doing. Everybody in there agrees with him. Everybody in there agrees with him. It's an echo chamber. So if you've got a voice in there saying, hello, wait a minute, look at this, one or two might look. One or two might, if not challenge him, challenge themselves and what they think they know. Okay? And I was. And as I told you, FeeBee, last week, I was going to do this Katie Study Diary, which I've made and I was going to start this YouTube channel.
You did tell me that,
to expose what he was saying. But I can't no longer do that because the Google search has blown my mind. I can't deal with people. I can't be associated with people like that. I can't. I went on his Patreon the other night to challenge him about that, but he shadow banned me, so I can't highlight to his subs anything anymore.
You
So
didn't get the opportunity.
There's no point in being there, is there? So
well, not if you're banned and shadow banned and can't be seen by anybody. Calming the Chaos asked whether you would acknowledge that both Emma and AD have responsibilities for AD's content.
Absolutely, without a doubt.
So both of them,
without a doubt. But AD is at the top of that list. Maureen was putting Emma at the top of the list, and I was trying to make her see that Emma isn't at the top of that list. AD is orchestrating what he's doing. He is orchestrating it. I don't care what people tell him. It's his face. It's his channel. It's his mouth that stuff is coming out from. It's not Emma's. Emma's an admin person, and I'm not absolving her from anything. What I'm trying to point out is it's AD we should focus on, not Emma. It's AD.
Yeah.
And if I'm wrong for saying that, I'll still stand by what I say, because I believe that. It's the head of the ship.
Sorry, you're cutting out a little bit, Katie.
Can you hear me now?
Did you say you're not?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Not really. You're breaking up a little bit. So we heard up to the point of you. I can hear you in and out. I heard you say something about. Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Katie, you still there?
Can you hear me?
Hello? Oh, I can hear you, Katie. Yeah. Yes, I can hear you. I don't think. Can you hear me? Yeah, you can hear me fine. Okay. Hang on. She's back, I think. Hang on a sec. I'll see if I can get. I don't think Katie could hear me. We could hear her, but I don't think she could hear me. Okay, hang on a sec. Hang on.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hello?
Katie, you're back.
Can you hear me?
Thanks, Lady Lucan. Katie, can you hear me? I can hear Katie typing.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes. Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Okay.
Oh, Katie. I know Katie. I was going to say she can't see the chat. So
yeah, no, I can't.
Yeah,
I can't.
You're back. Can you hear me, Katie?
I can hear you. Yeah. So what I was saying is that Emma.
You can hear me.
Emma is responsible, but AD is the top of the ship. Maureen has it the other way around. She has Emma at the top of the ship and Maureen under her, and it's AD we should focus on. And if people disagree with me, that's fine, but I'll stand by that.
Right. Okay. Ultimately, I think as a creator, then you are overall responsible for whatever happens on your channel. But yes. I do appreciate that sometimes there might be things made, decisions made that aren't necessarily quite to your liking. So, for example, one of my mods who do a fantastic job, and I just wanted to say thank you very, very much to my moderators, but they might, for example, they might delete a comment that I thought was okay. For example, because we've all got different opinions.
Yes.
I know that's not quite on the same level, but that's just a very small example for something that might happen on my channel that I might not agree with. But then I trust my moderator's judgment 100%, and if that's what they feel they need to do, then so be it, and I wouldn't ever question that. But
no,
ultimately I am responsible.
Yes.
I feel
if your mod said to you, Phoebe, tonight I want you to go on and overall, I want you to talk about this subject, and you didn't
Katie,
feel...
can you hear us? Okay. Roberta, no, Katie can't see the...
Hello? Shall I come out and come back in? Hello?
I can hear you.
Oh, right, okay. If one of your mods come to you and said, Phoebe, tonight I wanted you to talk about this subject, and you thought, no, I don't want to discuss that, would you still go on ahead and discuss it?
No, I wouldn't. If it was something I wasn't comfortable in doing. No.
So it's your decision as a creator. So it's your decision as a creator. Yeah. So you're then ultimately responsible for what goes out.
I am. I mean, I do have a very close relationship with my mods, and we would probably come to an understanding. But if they knew that I wasn't happy in doing something, then they might not agree with it, but then they would either stand by me or they would stop being a mod. I know that, you know, if I did anything that strongly disagreed with their morals or their ethics, they would leave. They wouldn't stand by me. I know that. So
exactly,
and I can appreciate that.
That's the point I was trying to make to Maureen, but I think the point got lost. That the head of that ship is AD. Emma is responsible if she's feeding him stuff that he shouldn't be discussing, but he's going ahead and discussing it. You know, but she seems to make excuses for him. And I don't think you can excuse what he's doing, what he's done, the misinformation, the sensationalising, the coach loads of people in and out of that house that night, the way he's spoken about the family, the Facebook posts, it's all his responsibility, you know, and that's the point, and that's the focus. It's on him. I'm not saying Emma bears no responsibility whatsoever. It's not what I'm saying, because Emma, you know, she could be as bad as him, but it's him we hear, it's him we see, it's his channel, it's his super chat, it's his Patreon money. You know, I don't know if he's paying Emma. None of us know. He could be, he may not be. Maybe she's just as money greedy as he is. We just don't know. But all we can judge is in what we see, and it's all coming out of his mouth.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I've got my own opinions on that. I mean, I don't really think too much about whether he pays Emma or not.
No,
it doesn't really make any difference to me, to be honest, and I'm not sure that it's any of my business. But it's the fact that if he brings it up and he says that he's not paying somebody when he is, then he's introducing that into the equation as a lie, isn't he? Whereas,
yes,
you know, whether that should even be discussed is up to, if a mod asked it, if a viewer asked him that question and he chose to answer it, then that's up to him. Personally, I would say, sorry, subscriber, but that's none of your business whether I pay my mod or not, you know.
Yeah. I mean, when he's sitting there and he's got the poor mouth, I don't get paid on YouTube, and he's sitting on at least £4,000 a month coming in. Just from Patreon. Just
On
from basic
Patreon. On Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least four grand. And he
least
doesn't say I used to. Well, he has on occasion said I used to be paid, but then of course he blames us for the reason why he isn't paid anymore, and that is just not true, because whether he was reported or not for that hate speech, we didn't make the decision to demonetize him and take his super chat and membership away. YouTube made that decision. We haven't got that power to remove his super chat and membership. We haven't got that power. We can just bring it to YouTube's attention, and then they make their decision on that, don't they?
They do. And it wasn't just hate speech, was it? It wasn't just hate speech. It was hate speech, scam, involvement. It was at least 3 or 4 things they cited, and I have got a screenshot of it somewhere. But it was scams, hate speech, and dishonest practices. That was it. That was the screenshot from YouTube that came up on that particular day. So
right.
It wasn't. He ticked a few boxes for YouTube, and that's why he was demonetized. I think he should have been taken down. I mean, how much further? If you've ticked all those boxes, how much further do you have to go before you lose your channel? I didn't quite understand that.
No, I mean, I wasn't around that night, to be perfectly honest, so I don't. But I did hear that the chat was pretty hateful as well. So I'm so sorry about the noises of my notifications. I'm really sorry. I don't know how to turn them off. I'll have to remember to do that next time. I'll do that. I'm just having a look to see whether there are any other questions. I know Truth Justice had a question but I can't find it. If she's still here. Oh, I wish I knew how to turn that off. I don't want to do it in the middle of a live stream, because I'm frightened that I'm going to lose the actual stream if I go elsewhere. But it's certainly something I'll do next time.
Well, does anyone else want to come up and maybe challenge me on my loyalties?
I think maybe some people are a little bit, I don't know whether perplexed or confused, that you find him entertaining.
I did find him entertaining because it's right. Like loads of little things. I mean, I watched him for what he was saying, and at the same time, he just made me laugh. Like with the towel up the window, with the coach loads of bloody accomplices coming in, and it looks like Keystone Cop. Man, do you know Only Fools and Horses? I don't know if all the people in chat know Only Fools and Horses. Well, we grew up watching Only Fools and Horses, and this man, old Del Boy, he was a chancer, right? And every scam, and that's how he lived his life, was on scams, was going to make him a millionaire, as he used to say. Okay, and he'd get dodgy phones, and he'd try to sell them as, the best thing that's come out of Microsoft or something, when they come from the deep, dark bowels of Russia. They was a load of old crap. But he would sell. He was a likable character. He was a bit of a rogue, and like I say, I grew up watching the Flyboys, so I can see who he is. I can see through him. I can see who he is. But my main objective was to speak and challenge him. And I don't know, if people don't understand that, then there's really nothing I can do, really. There's plenty of people in his Patreon that pay to watch him. They don't challenge him, they just watch him. Okay, so you could say, why are they all there? Why are they paying? And I paid £1, and there's people that were paying more than £1 to watch him. At least I was trying to do something. Whether people think that was right or wrong, well, it's irrelevant to me, because I know what I was doing while I was in there. And if I hadn't seen the Google search, I would have carried on, and Katie's study diary would have been up, and I would have been challenging, because he wouldn't let me up on the live anymore, because he couldn't debate with me, because he knew what I was saying was right. You know, if I went up there, he'd try to bring other people on to buffer so that he didn't have to talk directly to me. And but I try to do, in my own way, I try to do some good, and I'll stand by what I did, quite frankly. And I've got no guilty conscience. I definitely do not stand aside the bloke. And I have been behind the scenes for a long time, individually doing what I could, reporting him, not just him, but reporting him. And I never went in his chats, didn't go in his chats, but I would sit there laboriously time stamping, reporting. And I don't know what it takes to get this man off of YouTube. I really don't. He might go on for another 10 years. I don't know. It'd be a bloody shame if he does. But all we can do is try and get through to his subs. That's all we can do. I don't think there's anything else we can do, to be honest. I'm not sure he's doing anything illegal. You know, when I say that, I mean anything that would bring a charge. I don't know from the family side of things. Only going on what I see and what I hear. I don't know that he does anything to provoke a real charge, a police charge, because I can't see that. You know, I mean, even his Google search. I mean, will the police come out because he's flashed up a Google search? I don't know that they will. You know, I would hope they would. That they would go and take his computer equipment away and give it a good search. And if what Maureen says is true, that he's got this folder of images, which just makes me go cold, then hopefully they would find it. And that's what will bring him down. I don't know what the answer is. All I know is I tried to do what I could to highlight the misinformation and do something. And I can imagine that there's a few people out there that are reporting and doing what they can in their own small way. You know, we're not all connected in one big game like he thinks we are. There's a lot of individuals out there doing what they can. So if people want to believe that I'm part of his team, for fuck's sake, if people want to believe I'm part of his team, or I support him, support what he says, support what he does to victims, support what he does to that family, to those children, any children, then they really need to evaluate their thinking, because nobody that can look at him and listen to him with open eyes, with an objective view, could support him. You know, that could agree that what he's doing is correct. Nobody. So you can think of me what you will, and it doesn't matter, because I'll just switch off the PC, switch it back on tomorrow while I'm painting and drawing, and listen to what I want. It won't affect me. FeeBee, have you nodded off? Hello? Well, I think the host has gone AWOL.
Guys, I'm so sorry. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Did you pop out?
No, I was was here and my screen went down and I couldn't get back. I'd muted myself and I couldn't get back to the screen to unmute myself. So I was talking and oh dear. Let me just post the link. Abigail wants to come in chat. Is that okay?
Oh,
Katie?
Yep.
Bear with me. I'm using a laptop and my phone, and I've got the link on one and YouTube on the other, so I have to work out a way of getting it across. So I'm sorry, I'm not. Oh. Abigail, the link's there for you. I hope you can see it. Oh, Abigail's just getting set up. So let me just have a little look through chat, and I'll see if there's any. Yeah, Cheryl, we're gonna only let Abby. Yeah, we're gonna just let Abby on. She's just getting set up her end. So Peter Howells has asked quite directly, Katie, are you still supporting AD? I think you've pretty much answered that, really, haven't you?
I have. And when you say supporting, I mean like paying a pound a month to listen to his Patreon. That's the support. Let's just be clear about that.
Yeah, £1, which I don't know how that equates to in American dollars, but right, Abby's here now. Let me just let her join the conversation. Hi, Abigail.
Hi.
Hi, sweetheart. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you, FeeBee.
Hi,
I'm
Abby.
You
not
okay?
seeing myself on the screen yet.
Oh, no, I'm not either.
Okay, I'm seeing myself on the StreamYard screen. And so I should show up on the YouTube screen in a moment.
Yeah, you're definitely on StreamYard. Can anybody else see Abby?
There I am. It takes, I think, about 10 seconds. It's just confusing because there's a delay and I can't tell where I am in the midst of things.
Sure. I think, do you know, Abby, I think from my experience, there's always a delay if the people are in different countries. If you're both in the same country, I think there isn't so much of a delay, but definitely I think it's about 15 seconds with us. So I'll hand things over, Abby. So Katie's still with us.
I don't know if you need to hand things over. We'll just have a friendly conversation.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm more than happy to do whatever. Yeah.
And if there are any questions from the chat room that people want answered or that could get answered,
I'll let you know. Can you see the chat, Abby?
yes, I have my YouTube open and muted. But of course, the activity is 10 seconds earlier on StreamYard. I can't see that window, though.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be able to see the chat, though.
Of course, of course. I did a live once and I couldn't, well, I chose not to see the chat. And this was about a year ago, and I still don't know. I mean, I had a very good reason for not wanting to see the chat, and I'm still not sure whether I made the right decision or not. But so yeah, I totally understand that you want to see the chat. Abigail for president. Luby Lewis just said Abigail for president.
Yeah, well, I'll defer to President Trump on that one. There's no way I could run a country.
But I think that just shows you, Abby, how much respect we all have for you.
Well, it's both ways. It's always between all of us. We respect each other. And as I have said many times, I am a common, ordinary woman. Those are my credentials. And we all are trying to get this man removed. And we've seen the success because he is demonetized on YouTube. And there have been several reports to Patreon, and we are not stopping. Now, here's a question. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, no, I was just going to agree with you. No, there's no way that we are going to stop in any way, shape, or form. I'm just as enthusiastic as I was 20 months ago when we first started this journey.
Yes, and I remember coming on Team Phoenix with you. And you have the same demeanor now as you had then. That was June. What is that? 16 months ago.
Yes, yes. I left Team Phoenix at the end of June or the first week of July last year. So, yeah.
Yeah, well, I don't have that
Away.
timeline. I beg your pardon.
It seems a lifetime away now.
Yes, a lot of changes, especially a lot of changes occurred in the first quarter of this year, and I was gone, so I did not keep up with those in real time. Some people lost their channels.
Yeah.
Which I'm trying to help get back, assisting.
Oh, well done. I'm just looking through chat to see. Truth Justice said she's got 5 minutes. What? I'm not quite sure. What? I'm looking back up.
Okay.
Truth Justice. What did you mean? You've got 5 minutes for? Did you want to come up for 5 minutes? Is that what you meant?
Are you going to come up, Truth Justice? I will wait and defer to you. It's very easy. It takes about 2 minutes, maybe 90 seconds to go through the technical process, pressing this button and pushing that button. I don't think an email address is needed. It's just you're in the StreamYard once you click the link and you tell the StreamYard what you want to do. Camera, no camera. Do you want to have an avatar? That sort of thing.
Yeah, it's very straightforward. And I think you can do it on your phone, can't you? As hosting the live, you can only use StreamYard from your laptop to create the stream. I think unless you pay, if you pay for it, and I don't. But the guests can use their phone to come on. That doesn't matter what device you use. So I'm just having a look to see whether Truth Justice is coming up or not. She hasn't. I might have got the wrong end of the stick. Oh, she said yes. Do you want the link, Truth Justice? If you've only got 5 minutes.
In this brief time before she comes up, related to what has happened over the past, maybe it's been 10 to 14 days with moderators of the Armchair Detective, I think we have to just wait and see now. It's obvious that some people aren't there anymore, but I don't think the question is, should so-and-so be blamed? Because if they've changed their position, it no longer matters. Sure, we've all done some things. But once a person is converted, the stuff all falls away. If the armchair detective were to suddenly have a moment of light, a moment of enlightenment, and truly change, there might be some consequences, which he's receiving now, but he would have to be forgiven, in my view. That's not really up to me to forgive him, but we couldn't hold anything against his charge. I probably am not popular by saying that, but the truth is the truth for all of them too. Once I found out Maureen and Michael Shaw and Deb and Ruthie and maybe some others had truly changed, I had no hard feelings. And I have gone back in my catalog and I have erased out of some of my videos some things that I had put in there. It's a big process because I'm also getting rid of comments that are on my channel. Some are gone, but some I haven't found yet.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for you, Truth Justice. Yes, I'm just talking till you get here.
Oh, thank you, Gina Marie.
Well, all right. As soon as I see your icon, though, I was hoping you'd take it away. Truth Justice.
Yeah, Truth Justice, please, you're very, very welcome to come. I mean, I don't want to put you under any pressure, but that's why I dropped the link, because we thought that you said that you had a quick 5 minutes.
Yeah, I want to be mindful of that 5-minute time slot there.
Me too. Let me just drop it again in case, because it goes off the screen, doesn't it?
So what we had happen last week, was it the 8th? It was still the 7th for us in the States when this fact was noticed, the illicit Google search. That's big. And that's something we need to hit hard. He has removed that upload, and he has not uploaded a certain live stream to Patreon because a woman was in there asking Armchair Detective and the other people in there to confirm whether or not this was true or not about him with this illicit search on Google, and they ignored her. So that's success. That was an interview with It's Just Beth's friend, Sarah, on the red car. So that interview did not get posted to Patreon because of the questions from this woman. I don't want to say her name out loud because I don't have her permission.
Mm-hmm.
So those are two things that I call successes. And hitting those hard, or hitting the one hard about the Google search, which is potentially child endangerment, that needs to get out there so people see it. And the more that's out there, and the more the Armchair Detective sees it and sees that it's not going away, that will erode his attention that much more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you explained it, didn't you, Abby? He's claiming that he was hacked, but you explained it in your video, didn't you, that he clearly wasn't.
No, because the hacking could have only occurred prior to his learning that we knew he did the illicit search.
Exactly.
And it could not have occurred after the live stream started, or he would have shut it down to protect his hard drive. Does that
Yeah.
make sense what I just said?
Yeah, it certainly does.
You
I
see,
think
you
it
cannot
explains it clearly.
fabricate facts. When were you hacked? You would know precisely when you were hacked. But he wasn't hacked because it was a fabricated tale.
Of course it was, because he didn't realise until after the event, did he?
Correct. But that story isn't for us who know the truth. That's for the vulnerable ones.
Yeah, I think that's probably what quite a few of us are focused on at the moment, isn't it? We're trying to raise awareness for the newbies. Because, to be honest, it seems it's a hard task to get through to the, a lot of his current subscribers, and it just frustrates me, Abby, because they don't do their own research, do they? They just believe everything that he tells them, and they don't think, oh, you just see it in their chat or in the comments that they leave after his videos. It's so obvious that they don't do any research themselves just to clarify what he's telling them. And that really frustrates me.
They believe he's done the research for them. Not for them, but they believe he's done the research for the topic, and they're going to hear the truth when they arrive.
Yeah, absolutely.
And we don't know what are these people doing in their own lives? Do they work 9 to 5 and they look forward to his live stream?
Who knows, Abby? Can I just welcome Mr. Rusek to the chat? I hope he's still here. Mr. Rusek Senior. I affectionately call you Mr. R. But yeah, Mr. Rusek Senior's in chat.
Hello, Mr. Rusek.
Okay, I'm just going to drop the link again. Sorry. I'm just dropping the link again for Truth, Justice. Oh, it's lovely to see you, Mr. R. How are you doing? And your adorable wife and darling Frankie. We do hope that you're standing strong, and all our love and our thoughts are with you. So you doing okay, Mr. Rusek? We're still here fighting for you. It's lovely to see you. Thank you. I did drop the link again. Oh, it's Truth. Hang on. Stay there, my love. She's here now. Sorry. I was just reading the chat and I didn't see her hiding down there. So Truth will be with us any moment, or should be. Oh, you're doing good. That's wonderful to hear, Mr. R. I'm guessing it's late Sunday afternoon or early evening for you in North Carolina, Mr. Rusek. Right, Truth, I'm trying to get you on Ah, there she is. Truth, justice. Can you hear us? I'm not sure, Roberta. Katie, people are wondering why you're muted. Was that just so that Abby and I could have a chat?
Yes, and I had to
Yeah.
take a little, break to the ladies.
A little comfort break.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Rusak. I hope I haven't said anything to offend you. I've done everything with a good heart. You may not understand what I've done, but I've got victims in mind. So that's what I've got to say.
Okay. All right. Well, Truth, there might be a slight delay, but Katie and Abby are both muted, so it's just me speaking at the moment. Did you want to say something, TJ? Can you pop in chat whether you can hear us? We can't hear you, Truth. Do you want to go out and come back in again? Yeah, you're on the screen, TJ. I don't know why we can't hear you. Oh, your mic is on. Everything seems okay this end. I don't really know what to suggest unless you go out and come back in again. Did you want to go out and come back in again, TJ? Ivor. Yeah, Kelly Dawn, I think TJ can hear us, but we can't hear her. Yeah, choose. If you go out and just test your mic on the front screen, there will be a mic test where you can test that it's working, because everything's okay this end. Fräulein, to be honest, I usually take my lives down. Okay, TJ, do you want me to drop the link again for you? Ivor, tell us a joke. I'm not very good at telling jokes.
Do I have audio?
You do.
Okay, so it looks like it's a 30-second delay between StreamYard and YouTube. I'm still seeing Truth Justice on the YouTube screen, but she's not on the StreamYard screen, so I presume she's dropped off.
She has. She's dropped out of StreamYard, yes.
Okay, there we go. So she dropped off 30 seconds ago. And it takes, at least from my count, it's a 30-second delay.
Okay.
So I don't want to talk about anything that you don't want me to talk about, FeeBee, but I wanted to bring up the Teespring issue.
Certainly, Abby. More than happy to discuss that.
As near as I've determined, the Teespring for the group that call themselves Sister Wives, vomit icon please, they are selling Tammy Lee, CBI agent's likeness, her name. And we do not know if the seller in charge of that site has received permission from Tammy Lee to sell her property. So that's been reported to the legal department. Number two, with the avocado, the angry avocados, which is such a misnomer. How can you have angry avocados? They have a reference to Frankie Jr., and we know that they're talking about him because we've heard the Armchair Detective say Junior, and he means Frankie. So that's hate speech against survivors of a violent, survivors of people who have been the recipient of a violent crime. So that's
Certainly.
against terms and conditions.
Yeah.
I see truth, justice. I'm going to stop talking.
I wouldn't do that. Freaking nightmare getting on here.
Oh, well, thank you for taking the time to persist, TJ, and joining us. Really appreciate it.
I never do these, and I probably won't ever again. Very, very hard to do that. I just wanted to say something quickly, and then I'll skedaddle, because I personally would rather hear Abby talk about things than you. And Katie is muted. I'm listening before, and I felt kind of bad because I can see everybody getting very upset. You have people very protective over Maureen because she's done a brave thing. She came out. I remember when she first started going in the comments, and everybody shoot her away. Get out of here. You're still working for AD, and, don't trust her. And she would, hey, come to my Facebook. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to do. I'm going to tell the truth. It took a couple of months for people to even give her a chance to talk. And I was leery too. I didn't understand what she was doing, and I'm still trying to wrap my brain around the whole thing, to tell you the truth, because I was a subscriber of his. I joined Patreon, and I remember the night that everything turned around for me. The red car thing was ridiculous. Went outside, asked my boyfriend to hit his brake lights. Well, I hit the brake lights because his truck is gray, and I said, oh my God, it's red, And I saw it with my own eyes. I was so excited. I ran in the house. Next time he came on live, kept putting it in the chat, asking it over and over again. Hey, look what I did. I proved, let's get away from this red car thing. It's stupid. And he ignored me. And I did a super chat with my question. And he didn't put it up there. He didn't put it up there at all. Next thing I know, I was in a timeout. So, I didn't need a building to follow me to realize what was happening. He would rather me not say that, Am I being heard? I don't know.
Yep, we
Yes.
can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
I can hear you.
My point is that for that happened, I guess, October, November of 2019. And then I was in the comment section for several months, learning, investigating, listening. I'm not somebody who's easily swayed either way. I just wanted to know the truth. I was watching Lex. I was watching everybody. Everybody knows the story. But I didn't think about doing a channel until, I think, April this year, March or April. My point is you're kind of in shock for a little while. You listen to him, you watch all those shows, and I agree with you, Katie. He's entertaining. The only way I can get through this crap of making these videos is he's funny, because there are times I'm actually putting them together and I'm laughing, because if he was just a comedian, and he was on the up and up, he probably would have done just fine, because he's kind of like Jerry Lewis, where you're laughing at him, not like somebody really talented, funny like Jerry Seinfeld, if you know who that is. But he's funny to watch, and you find yourself actually being entertained. But when you know what he is and what he's doing, you're absolutely grossed out. And a lot of that happened with people that are bigger celebrities and stuff. They found out about their dark side and who they were, and they missed their movies and they missed watching their shows. You do kind of go through that. My point is, Maureen actually put herself out there. She still is. And she still has a lot of people that, knit their eyebrows when they're listening to her. Or, sometimes I don't understand exactly where she's going with what she's saying. I called her out a couple of times, and I said to her, why are you defending him? Why do you think Emma's doing everything? But all I wanted to say, and then I'll skedaddle, is I honestly believe that sometimes when you're involved with somebody, even in that capacity, where you're believing in them. Now remember, Summer, Maureen, a lot of people, former subs, former mods, even these people right now that apparently have jumped ship, a lot of them are in shock and they're ashamed. That doesn't go away in a week or a month or a year. It depends. I think sometimes we do the right thing, but we can't believe that person was that evil, that vile, and that we believed in them. Sometimes your ego gets hurt. Sometimes you just don't trust yourself. And sometimes the only way to survive is by saying, well, maybe this person did it, or maybe that person helped them. I do believe that Maureen is still in a bit of shock over this. I think there's a part of her that doesn't quite understand what happened and how she could let that happen. Because she's a smart lady. She runs businesses. She thought she was doing good. But every time I listen to somebody who was really involved with this guy, it almost sounds like they're traumatized, like PTSD going on. Like they're talking about it and they're trying to do something about it, but they're still dealing with the aftermath of what they did and what happened to them. You could see it. You could hear it in their voice. You could almost hear them stop sometimes and just shake their head or put their hand over their face. I don't know if anybody agrees with me on that. But what I try to do, and I'm listening to Katie, and Katie's kind of, in a way, more like me. She's factual. She's done her homework. She believes something. She's convicted. She's listening. But at the same time, her brain's telling her, no, because Katie would never do that. And I believe that when she says that. And as far as her being on Patreon, that's the only way we're going to see him do this crap, because that's where he says he has his private world. So if people are on Patreon to watch him and get his stuff, that's the only way I could see what he's doing. I don't care about that. And I really don't have a question for her whether she works with him or whatever. How the hell would I know? And I really don't care. It sounds to me like she's doing her homework and she's trying her hardest to figure this out. She called him out a week ago. That was hilarious. She got under his skin. Maureen calls him out. She does her lives. She gets under his skin. I don't know. It's a win-win for me. I just don't think that when they're talking before, I think that was one side was more emotional and the other side was just more logical. One had information that they worked very hard on. And then you have one that is still dealing with the emotional part of this whole thing. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but this is not the time for those two to talk necessarily. There will come a time where they could talk. But the reason why I support Maureen and what she does is because she actually worked with him. She knows him. But I do realize that emotionally, I feel like this hurt her down to her core. She's very sorry. If you watch her videos, I believe every minute of it when she says how sorry she is to the family, how sorry she is to everyone. She's devastated. I really think she's devastated. And that hurts. That hurts when that happens. But Katie, I get where you're coming from because I understand how you're coming across. I understand that you're convicted. You believe what you believe, and you don't quite maybe believe what she's saying, or maybe you two just don't communicate well, or like I said, there's too many emotions. But I actually found that to be a very interesting iteration when that occurred an hour ago or less than an hour ago, because what it showed you is what it showed Maureen is how people still feel, and she can handle it. I know she can handle it, and Katie believes what she believes, and she can't believe, somebody would work with a guy like that after seeing those things or knowing those things. All these things go through our minds. Don't think for 1 minute we're not sitting in chat and we're not we're not bouncing off the walls. We're not hearing this and going, holy crap, and hearing that. It's very hard, but you don't have to pick sides. But you can be supportive, because everybody keeps saying this. The important thing is that we all stick to the same goal. We have to get rid of this guy. Whether Emma is pulling his strings, or somebody yell in the background, whether Emma is pulling his strings or did, or he's pretending to be illiterate so that people can do things for him so he doesn't have his little fingerprints on it. Take your mind and bring it to the top of the Mount Everest as far as what this guy could do and what he's doing. He's very conniving. He's capable of anything and everything. But some of us know that. And some of us have a very hard time believing he's that evil. How many times did you ever find out after something happened with somebody in the news or whatnot? How many times? And it turned out they were even worse than you thought. Even worse than you thought they could be. That's where I think this guy's going to go. I think what we know, the little crumbs we collect, and some of us have more than crumbs, I think when this blows over, I think it's going to be unbelievable. So let your imagination go wild. You see one roach, there's 100 more behind the wall. You see one rat, there's 1,000 more. But that's all I wanted to say. Hopefully it made some sense, and I'll hand it back to you guys, if that's okay.
Thank
All
you,
right.
TJ. Thank you. I totally agree with you. I think we've all got to keep our eye on the prize, as Ivor said. And we've all ultimately we've all got the same goal, haven't we? And
I appreciate the
personally,
different points of views. I do.
Yeah, so do I. So do I. We've all got our own personal opinions, and I think possibly we all agree a little bit with everybody, maybe, and I don't know, but like
It's all
you said,
good.
we've got to, yeah, and our ultimate goal is to shut AG up, or I've got to
I
be
just
careful
think
because
at
I
the
don't
end of
him
this,
to
when things come
think
out, and
that I'm making any.
if we're lucky enough to see it all come out at the end, I think it's going to be very, very devastating for his subscribers, for the people that have backed him. As far as like making friends with anybody who was, recently a sub for him leaving or whatever, I have no need for that. I mean, I already know what he is. I'm going to do what I'm doing and keep on plugging away. But Katie, I appreciate your opinion tonight. I get where you're coming from. Maureen, I think what she's doing is very cool and brave. At the end of the day, it's effective and important, and everybody should just keep doing what they're doing. And God bless you all. See you on the other side of the videos. Bye.
Thank you, Truth.
Bye, TJ.
Thank you. Okay, TJ has taken herself off screen. Thank you very much, TJ, for joining us. Really, really appreciate it. And yeah, I think we've all got to keep our eye on the prize. That's quite a good little phrase there, Ivor. I've seen you use it before. And just remember what our main. We are all technically on the same side, aren't we? Ultimately.
Yes.
Well, definitely, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, we all want to see the same thing, you know, and we've all gone about it in our own way. There's videos up there exposing him. There's live panels exposing him. I went into the lion's den to expose him. And you might not like the way I did it. You might not like what I said, but I've done what I've done to expose him in my own way. I've been on panels on the opposing team to try and get them, you know, and to be able to do that, you have to tread on eggshells. And that's what I've done. I'll never be on another panel because no one will ever let me on another panel. And that's absolutely fine, because what I've said and what I've done will get through to some people. I'll never be in his Patreon again. And that's fine, you know, because I'm satisfied with the small piece that I could attribute to expose this man. And I am not afraid to use my voice to do that. I'm not afraid to challenge him. If he asked me up on his YouTube channel tomorrow, I would go up there to further expose him. So, you know, you can think what you like about me. My heart is in the right place. I've approached this without emotion. I don't get whipped up in emotion, okay? Because if I did, I wouldn't have been able to go as far as I was able to go, which wasn't very far, but I did contribute. I did contribute to I don't know, what do we want to call it, to the movement, or to expose this man. And a lot of you may disagree with the way I've done it, and that's absolutely fine. I'm satisfied. I've done it with a good heart, and I've done it without emotion. Because if you spend too long thinking about what he's really about, what he's saying, who he's saying about, not just the Rusaks, but the other victims out there that he's exploited, I would never, ever have been able to challenge him, even go into his Patreon. So sometimes you have to put yourself apart if you believe that something is wrong. You have to take emotion out of it and you have to attack it in a different way. And that is how I've done it. And I've done it in my own way. And if that has offended anyone, then, I apologise, but I couldn't have done it any other way. And the only reason that I'm here tonight is because he's shadow banned. Well, he shadow banned me, and the Google search, for God's sake, if 2 years people have been trying to expose this man and that one search could have done more damage than any video of over the last 2 years. And I think it needs to be promoted and promoted and promoted, so people can at least make up their own mind about the way this man's mind works towards women.
Yeah, and I just wanted to say that from my chats with Katie, she's definitely not an AD supporter.
Thank you, FeeBee.
I just wanted to say that, I can 100% guarantee, I'm getting all emotional, that Katie is not an AD supporter. Putting all the earlier discussion aside, I promise you that, guys, she's not. She might find him entertaining, and I said earlier, didn't I, that I respectfully disagree, because I can't find anything entertaining about that man. But that's Katie's prerogative. But she is not an AD supporter.
But it's like what Truth just said. You have to find a way to be able to be able to do what you do. If you made a video and you constantly was reminded of why you're doing the video and the background of it, you wouldn't be able to make the video. You have to take your emotion away from it and see it for what it is. I've been in his Patreon for quite a while. I couldn't have sat there and I couldn't have sat there. I couldn't have conversed with the man, had I dwelled on what it was. He was just talking about some of his theories, and what makes me want to cry, and it makes me shudder. Just to earlier when I was speaking, and it conjured up images in my head, and they're not images anybody wants. So to be able to attack him, to be able to expose him, to be able to challenge him, I had to take that emotion away. And I just hope some in the chat understand that. I haven't. It's not.
May I go to the chat?
Sorry, Abby.
Yeah. Abby wants to just respond to somebody in chat. Did you, Abby? Abby, can I just let you know that Tracy Edwards wants to come on just to discuss about UK and American law, if that's okay, if you've got time?
Well, that's exactly what I was going to mention.
Oh,
this
okay.
is from perhaps 15 minutes ago, but Tracy wrote about the difference in the laws. And this is why we need to use the YouTube terms of service and the community guidelines to bring this man down. YouTube is in the United States and is governed by California state law and United States federal law. And it's when you get into this international forum that things become muddied. Because who's going to sue Alan from here? He's in the UK. And you would have to go through the YouTube structure. That's what the copyright system is about, where you get copyright struck, and then if you fight the copyright strike, you are putting yourself into the district court in California. But as far as removing his channel, we would use the community guidelines and report him. Because he doesn't mention anybody's name in the live stream. And he's not taking anything from any of us that's our copyright. So it has to be done through the YouTube community guidelines. As far as YouTube's concerned. And then the Patreon guidelines as far as Patreon is concerned. And the Crowdcast guidelines. And the PayPal guidelines. That's where all the reporting has to be done. If people are willing to do that. And you might not think it's important to report the Teespring with these misguided women, but what they're doing is illegal based on Minnesota law, which I believe is where this Teespring originates, and Colorado law based on using Tammy Lee's name. And then, of course, the Teespring terms of service is what's used to go against this Teespring coffee mug avocado, the Angry Avocado campaign, because it's directed at Frankie Rusak. All right, so I would like to hear Tracy now, and I will mute myself.
Are you here, Tracy? Can you speak?
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Welcome. So I'll I'll let you speak. I'll let you speak to Abby, and Katie and I are muted, okay?
Yeah, hi, thank you. I don't know what's happened, but I think you guys on here are a few minutes ahead of what I was before I joined the chat. So yeah, I just wanted to go back to what is it he is doing illegal. Now, I have wrapped my brains over this for weeks, for months, like many of you probably have. And I've come at the conclusion that obviously the laws are could be different, are different between stateside and the UK. I'm also aware that with stateside, the laws are different from state to state as well. So I think the important thing is, as Katie said, in support of what Katie said, what is he doing that's illegal? Now, we all know, we all have our views about what we think he's doing, what isn't right. The hate speech, the continuous harassment of the family, we all agree with that. But how do we then go about doing anything about that when the family is stateside and we're UK? Now, I've thought about this a lot, and I only just now caught the end of what Abigail said, but I'm thinking that Abigail is probably thinking on the same lines as me, that it's okay raising GoFundMes. What is Frankie going to do? Come over here to prosecute him? Try and prosecute him from there? But I believe the responsibility lays with the platforms, with YouTube, with Patreon, with Crowdcast. That's where I believe the responsibility lays. And that's great having the Shenan's law, although I'm still not absolutely sure what the Shenan's law is all about. And I dare say that most of you, like me, don't realise what that's about. But I'm wondering whether we should be targeting the platforms, because the laws are so different, and not just stateside. You know, from what I've read on the internet this week, the laws are very different in Australia, around the other side of the world. So I think we need to stop forgetting about targeting Maureen, targeting this person, targeting that. She said, he said, they said. And I think we need to start looking at where he is legally breaking laws and targeting the platforms, and making them, if they have got policies in place, which I'm sure many of them have. I believe YouTube have, and what I do believe is that YouTube are not implementing their policies, because if they were, I believe this guy would have been taken off YouTube a long time ago. So I think that's where we need to be looking, and where we need to be focusing on what he's doing illegally, and where we can target these platforms in order to make him stop. And that's my view, that's my opinion, and that's why I asked her to come on here this evening. So I'd like to know what Abigail's views are on that, because I know she's stateside, and I know that she's genned up on what the laws and regulations are on, regarding stateside. So back over to you, FeeBee.
Well, Phoebe is muted, so if I see Phoebe unmute or Katie unmute, I will silence myself. In answer to your question, I believe it's the terms of service and the community guidelines for each one of those platforms you mentioned: Patreon, YouTube, Crowdcast. There's another one in there. PayPal.
Yeah.
I can't remember the other one. That's
Yeah.
Those companies rely on their reporting system, or they wouldn't have it. And they have to be fair. But I have a list of URLs of his videos dating back to the beginning. And I noticed some were removed for violation of the community guidelines. Some are private, some are not available, some are unlisted. So this won't be the first time that he has something removed for violation of a community standard, a community guideline. That's where I believe the strength rests in reporting him through the community guidelines of each one of these corporations I mentioned, where he has an account. Now, the success has been he's demonetized on YouTube. That's big.
Yeah.
And you may have heard me mention he didn't upload his Crowdcast live stream because there was a reference to his illicit Google searches. He didn't upload that to Patreon. That's a success.
Yeah. So what we're saying is that what we need to do is to read these community standards on these platforms, and that needs to be the way forward and the means of attack. Because to try and get a law, to try and get, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but Shannon's laws sound great, yeah? Whatever that is, I'm still not sure what that is. But are you going to be able to get that law implicated across both continents? I don't think so. I think, like you, Abigail, that the way forward to stop this guy is to familiarise yourself with the community standards on the platforms in which he operates and to report. Back to you.
Yes, Shanann's law will not be outside the United States. And that is
No.
going to be a long process. And I have
Yes.
not seen a draft, but for Shanann's law to be effective, it has to protect the kin of the victims and the victims themselves from posthumously having their identities used to make money, to cash in. That's going to take some very precise wording. So I applaud the people that are working on Shanann's law. In the meantime, we only have the reporting system, and Armchair Detective put in there, it takes months to get success some of the time. I can attest to that, but it's really been a year and a half.
Yeah.
The successes are incremental.
I totally agree. So if they were successful in bringing in Shanann's law, how will that affect him here in the UK? And this is the question you've got to ask yourself. I'm not saying that he shouldn't do it. Of course they should do it. They should carry on doing it because that need to be implemented stateside. And maybe we need a similar law this side. But I can't see that implementing Shannon's law stateside is going to stop him this side.
But Shanann's law will also encompass major corporations. And so if Armchair Detectives uses the material from major corporations, he's in trouble with them because they can get in trouble here in the States. So it will be go ahead.
No, go ahead, sorry.
It could affect international abusers, people from other countries who abuse by using the material from, let's say, Reuters or NBC or CBS. Even though those are international companies, Excuse me a minute. Even though those are international companies, they need to rely on the statutes in the jurisdiction where they reside.
Thank
So
you.
he could be in big trouble if he uses the material like a snapshot, a screenshot.
Yeah. Thank you, because this is what us over here need to know. We need to know exactly what we are supporting and how this will be implemented and how this will play out. And up to now, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but up to now, we've been given very, very little information regarding what Shannon's law will be and what that will cover. So I thank you for that information. But do you still agree that we need to target the platforms and their policies and standards?
Well, we target the individual behavior on the platform, and we inform the platform that this is going on through their reporting system.
Yeah.
Because they're liable too.
Yeah, of course they are. And what makes me angry is that I really truly believe that he's contravened a lot of these community standards, and I don't believe that these platforms have been doing enough. I don't believe they've been doing enough about it.
Well, we think that because we don't know everything that's going on, and we don't know the exact report made by an individual about some behavior they've seen that violates the guidelines. It may violate the guidelines, it may not. We would have to actually see each individual report that's been made.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I totally understand what you're saying now. Totally understand. The way the report has been obviously articulated and presented. Yeah.
See, the way I report is that I look at the terms of services, and then I use their own words. So, for instance, it's against their terms of services to stream on a phone while you're streaming, and he does that a lot. And so I'll use their own words on their website, and I'll use them in a report with the hope that the bots will at least pick up a tag or two. And in chat, you're not allowed to put outside links. That's against terms of services. So I sit there, if I'm listening to him, I'll sit there and play whack-a-mole. So every time someone puts up a link to a Patreon or to an outside link, I'll just report, and I'll just keep doing that. And that might not do any good on one video, but if you do it enough on a lot of videos, that message has got to get through. And I've also noticed that YouTube do their own shadow banning. So if you put Chris Watts, well, this is for me, it might be different for you, but if you put Chris Watts in a YouTube search in the box, you won't see any of these videos come up. You'll see other creators, but you won't see his. Now, considering the amount he pumps out, you would imagine he would be there somewhere near the top. He may well be there, down in the dregs. So just reporting him, even if you think, oh, this doesn't make it, it's not going to make any difference. It's the quality and the quantity of reports that they'll have to eventually look at. So if you see that he's doing something and you think, well, that can't be right, just quickly look it up in the YouTube terms and get their own words, use their own words. Like one word is like sub for sub, okay? So
Yeah.
that happened a lot on one of the channels, and I just kept flagging it, and I just used the term sub for sub, sub for sub, sub for sub, and a bot will pick that up. And if they get enough through, YouTube themselves somewhere, a human being has got to look at what all these reports are coming in. YouTube relies on ads. They're not going to want to carry anyone that lots of people are reporting. So they're not good. It's not good. They're not effective. But all we can do is report, and that's how I do it.
I agree with you, Katie, and I think that the progress that we've had up to now is the quantity of people, the amount of people reporting. While we got these lives going on, there are dozens, maybe even hundreds or so people in the background reporting, and I believe that's why we got where we are so far today. I really do. Anyway, I'm not going to hold it. Thank you for letting me in, FeeBee. I've just finished a 14-hour shift. That's lovely to come in on the live, and thank you, Abigail, for speaking to me tonight and answering a few questions. And I'll put it back to you, FeeBee, and I'm going to say good night.
Good night, Tracy. So good to hear you.
Good night, Tracy.
Yeah, good night, all of you. Okay, thanks, Abigail. And, well, let's just hope that we can find a way forward to keep reporting what we don't believe is right, and we can get this guy stopped. So, good night. Back to you, FeeBee.
Thank you very much, Tracy, for joining us. Really appreciated. That was interesting. Thank you. Do you know how to get out?
No, I don't. Can you tell me?
I'll remove you, darling. All right. Speak soon. Bye
Thank you,
bye.
darling. Yeah. Good night.
Now, this link reporting. You see, he cannot monetize his YouTube channel, yet Patreon link is being posted in his chat room. And I'm wondering if that's acceptable.
Well, YouTube don't define what's acceptable or not. From what I've read, it just says outside links, you're not allowed to do it. And just as an aside, last night he was telling Roxby to send out his Patreon link every 5 minutes, right? But what he didn't know was she was promoting her own, and I didn't realise that. I think one of the creators out there picked that up and did a little video. I thought it was quite funny, actually. But yeah, so I don't know if a Patreon link is allowed on YouTube. I just report them. I report them anyway. But what I did notice was that as I was reporting them, there was a couple of 2 or 3 nights that it was a bit prolific, and by one person. So I kept reporting, and the next time it happened, somebody else, another mod, was doing it. So I reported, and then another night it was a different mod. So I don't know if their mods were getting a slap on the wrist from YouTube or what, and maybe I'm completely wrong, but I got a little bit of pleasure thinking that, they're not posting them links anymore, so they've told someone else to do it. So, and that's just what I do. Just play a bit of whack-a-mole in the old chat.
So, Katie, when you see them post an outside link, you report that timestamp. And then if they do it 20 minutes later, do you report it again?
Yep.
Okay.
Every single one. Yeah, it doesn't matter who's done it, just every single one. Just as it comes up in chat, there's the 3 little dots next to their post, next to what they've posted. Click on that and it'll say, you can flag it. And I flag it as a scam, mass advertising. So
I've heard, ladies, that it's better to do it on a laptop rather than Android device. Is that true? Does anybody know if it's more
I don't know.
effective? I think
I use a laptop. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you might have a little bit more choice on the laptop than you do in the on a phone or a tablet. That's just what I've heard. I've never tried, to be honest. I just do it on my phone. But it's tricky, isn't it? Because you wonder whether it does bring it to YouTube's attention, or I think most of us are happy just to continue doing it with the hope
Yes,
that
we can't lose sight.
no, we
can't
can't,
lose
and we
heart, lose
mustn't.
hope. We just keep working each day, whatever you do in a day. And if it's too much, you go off and rest and recreate, and it's going to be successful. We've seen the success.
We have, and I think we've come this far, haven't we? It's been 18, 20 months, and we've come this far. We've got to keep going. We can't give up now. We've got to stay positive and just keep on doing what we're doing in our own unique little ways.
You just got to focus on the success, and there has been successes. And this all started from what I saw. It all started from Summer. She was brave enough to go up onto Bam's channel, and it took her a lot of strength and a bit of time for people to actually listen to her. And she got the ball rolling. She was the first sub to step outside and say, look what's happened. This is what he did. And I really admire that woman. I really do. That took such strength to do that, to go into that lion's den. And she was quite well known. She was a very well-known sub. And it took such courage for her to do that, and especially the environment that she went into. And they welcomed her with open arms and got the ball rolling. And here we are. And it's took a long time. And when you look at YouTube on the whole, there's not a lot of channels out there exposing him. They're concentrated, they're dedicated, and they've done such a marvelous job. He's demonetized. Now, that's a big thing. That's a huge thing that these creators have done. And we shouldn't lose sight of that, and just keep going, just keep plodding.
Yeah, I mean, 1 minute he says there's 30 channels out there, 30 hate channels, and overnight it goes up to 50. I'd like him to name 15.
Exactly.
It's just ridiculous. And of course, the new people especially are going to believe him and think, oh my goodness, 50 people. But would they actually think, well, hang on a minute, why would 50 channels, not that that's true, but why would 30 or 50 channels be making videos about this man? Take a step back and think about the reasons behind it. You've got to think a little bit deeper. We wouldn't all be doing this and, for no reason, would we?
No, but it takes time, because at first the truth is ridiculed and mocked. And then it's accepted, and then it's commonplace. And we're at the point now that it's commonplace, where people think this man is a menace.
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
I think more people are at least questioning it. There's many out there.
I get people coming to my channel. I'm sure others do as well, and they say, they make a comment and they'll say, oh, I was a subscriber, I've just unsubscribed because of this and this, and it's usually due to seeing our videos, and then they start to think about things, and then they watch him again, maybe from a different perspective. I don't know, I can't speak for them, but and I think, yes, just even if it's just one a day, one every other day, one a week, we're chipping away slowly.
Just close those purses one at a time, because without money he wouldn't continue. He would give up. He would move on to something else. You know, you
Yeah.
get his Patreon closed down, he's finished. Because although he says he's doing this for truth and justice, and we all know that's a lie, but his subs don't. You know, take away his money, he wouldn't be up there every night.
Yeah, of course it's a lie. The only reason he comes, I mean, he called YouTube toxic, didn't he? Toxic. And then he called it another word. But yeah, after his 2-week ban, he was straight back on within the hour almost of his ban, because YouTube is the only place that he can advertise for his Patreon.
Exactly.
Because he's not going to get any more Patreons just speaking in Patreon, is he? Because they've already paid. So he's got to use YouTube to advertise and lure people into his Patreon.
And look how he does it. Look how he does it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was saying last night, he was saying, put Spanners, put the link, the Patreon, every 5 minutes. Every 5 minutes, I want that Patreon link in my chat. Now, can anybody name me one other creator who advertises and bangs on and on and on and on about their Patreon like he does? Most creators have got Patreon. I hardly hear anybody mention, you know, they might drop it in every now and then, but very rarely.
It's very true. It's very true. Because he's in Patreon, no one can see him, so he's just circling around the same people, and then eventually they will cotton on and it will dry out. So he has to keep that topped up. And the only way you can do that is to sit there on YouTube and watch towards the end of the month, where the stories get more heightened, because he wants that double bubble. He wants them to join at the end of the month, so they get charged again for the next month.
Yeah.
You know, and that's what he does. And all this thing about, like, I've got 100 letters. He had a text on the phone from what I saw. You know, and people really went after him about them letters, and then it's all forgotten and he just moves on. Like, now he's in direct contact with Chris Watts. And if you've got an ounce of a brain, you'll know that that ain't true.
No, that's absolutely false.
Exactly. So he sensationalizes it because he'll leave people hanging. You know, it's like when you can watch one of them box sets of programs, and you get to the end, you think, I'm only watching this one, and then there's that little cliffhanger, and you think, God, I've got to watch the next one. And that's what he uses that. God, I've got to get into Patreon to listen to what he says next. And it's a damn quid, because he doesn't say anything more.
Yeah, I mean, Paradox has made a good point that all his breaking news, you know, it very, very rarely turns into anything major, does it? Very, it's always what I call like a wet blanket, you know? There's never anything major. And I don't know, I mean, that Shannon woman came into Maureen's live the other night, and she said that she's ashamed that she ever collaborated with him after she saw the Google search. Now, as far as I know,
pardon me.
Sorry, Abby, that's Shannon that had the letters.
Okay. I know who you mean now.
Yeah. She said in Maureen's chat, I'm ashamed or something that I ever collaborated with that man after she'd seen the Google search. So if that is true, she was his only connection to the Watts family, as far as I'm aware. So if he's lost her support, then he's not going to have a link to the Watts family anymore, is he?
Well, he's got Roxby in the card.
If she's left.
Has she?
Oh, yes. The cards.
That will be a romance.
Does she speak to
Go ahead.
Does she speak to the Watts family then, or?
Well, through the cards.
Oh, right, yeah. I just wanted to clarify that. Sorry, Abby, it takes me a while sometimes. But yeah, she speaks to them through the cards, so he's got that to hang on to. But technically, if she has left the fold, he's not got any connection to the Watts family anymore. I mean, I heard that they told him to pee off, you know?
Well,
they didn't want anything to do with him.
Ben Woes-Giroux writes in the text here, Shannon was in AD's live yesterday, which must mean Saturday. I guess she could still go in there.
Oh, really, Ben? I mean, I guess we don't necessarily know if it was the real Shannon that came into Maureen's live, do we? Oh,
Only if we heard her voice.
Hmm.
This is why you never trust chat names, because they could be alternates.
But he's lost everyone now. I mean, on his Facebook
yes.
group, he had a list. It was quite a long list of moderators and admin, and he's down to 2. There's him and one other. That's all there is. And she was advertising for a replacement.
Yeah, he's got JC, Roxby. Who's the other one that was the moderator yesterday? It'll come to me, but not right now.
But even that, is it Agda?
There's that Andy.
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone off his
Facebook. Andy something or other.
Yeah, so he's just him and one other person on his Facebook.
He's advertising for more spanners through one of his wives.
And on his Facebook. Yeah.
We'd think with all his wives that he would have more than enough people offering to be a spanner, surely.
With their t-shirts.
Armchair Detective has asked to come up on panel, ladies. Armchair Detective is popping up on panel, if that's okay.
Okay.
Awesome. Yep. I'll mute myself.
Well, I've only just dropped the link, Abby, so it might take her a minute or two to drop in. Miss M, who was a spanner tonight? Sorry, because I think Miss M has been watching his YouTube and his Patreon tonight. Oh, Ivor's volunteered to be a spanner. I'd like to see that.
That's funny.
Yeah. Ivor, I think you'd make a brilliant spanner for AD. I'd love to see it.
The thought is just wonderful, especially if you rose to the levels of Emma. Can you imagine the shows?
Yeah, Beth is still there. Beth
Hang
is
on,
the
let me
number
just
one
add.
sister wife. And we now know that Joe the Cat is number 2. They were sharing first place, but Joe the Cat has descended to number 2.
Right. Well, I'm Armchair Detective's number 1 sister wife, ladies.
Well, I'm on that t-shirt too.
You certainly are. And as is Armchair Detective, she's on there. He had about 9 or 10 of us, I think. Well, welcome, Armchair.
Hi. Is the mic working?
It certainly is.
Okay. I'm just trying to get the chat up on my phone so that I can watch the chat as well. Oh, what a week.
Yes.
Hi, Abigail. Hi, Katie.
Hi,
FeeBee. I just wanted to say that earlier on it was getting really heated, and I'm sort of in the same agreement with TJ in the fact that I don't know Katie at all. I know she's been going in and asking lots of questions, and I'm all for her being here today and asking questions, because many people have lots of questions, and that's exactly what a debate is. We all have our questions, new people, old people, and it's just hashing it out and clearing the air. And there's no need to sort of all attack Dee or all hit on Maureen or whatever. We just need to calmly ask the questions and go through them, because a lot of people seem to assume that everybody knows the answers and what's going on behind the scenes, and there are people that just haven't got a clue the work that is going on, who's involved, who is challenging YouTube, who is dealing with the police, who's reporting. You know, I'm just trying to say that there's all sides, not so much the other side in the bigger picture, but even within our side that's really trying to fight for the Rusek family. There seems to be a lot of misunderstanding, and I think it's really good to have a debate as we are now. And we, you know, even though we've had people come in and interrupt in the past, it's good to even just clear the air between us here on this side, so to say. I mean, I agree that Katie has been going in there in her own way, not necessarily supporting Alan. She's been, oh God, I said his name then, but she's not supporting him. There are people within our groups that do go in and watch the Patreon, because I don't go in personally because I get it for free. I go and watch the recordings. But without those recordings and people going in there, we wouldn't have the content to make our videos to call him out. So I can see her point of view. And I just wanted to say that, really. With regards to YouTube, I have been fighting them for months and months and months. Abigail can tell you this, Martin can tell you this. The evidence that I have given them, and I have banged on, and I have written to the CEO, everything, and I am not going to give up there. It has taken me now to actually strike them back, just to hold them to account. So now when I get questioned, my evidence is submitted as my defense. So I'm doing everything that I possibly can. And if other people want to do that, that's fine. But I do actually have the right to strike back, because when I was struck and Lex was struck, false copyright strikes, nothing was done about it. It was being investigated, that's all we were told. Every time that I click the challenge button, you know, where you're given the option to look into it further, look into this matter further, you get this message that comes up that says it's currently being investigated. You can't put in a second investigation. Well, I think 8 months is too long to wait. There's no investigation going on for 8 months. So I've struck them both back. I've got 3 strikes on AD, and I've got 3 strikes on Fake It as well. So they're ongoing. And if
I'm here.
yeah,
Sorry to interject here, but just to sort of,
yeah,
well, not back you up, but just other people were, you know, non-creators won't be aware, but when somebody strikes you, you have to fill out like an online form, and you have to then provide all of your personal information, your name, your address, your phone number, and everything to YouTube, and they then forward that on to the person
exactly.
who has struck you, which is obvious, and that's obviously the last person that you want to have all your personal information. I wouldn't want AD to have all my personal information, but that's just how the system works. And so I applaud you, Armchair, AHD as I like to call you, because
Yeah.
it does take a lot just to get over that little hump of that first question that you ask yourself is, do I want this person to have is this worth, you know, it's like almost, is it worth it, weighing it all up do I really want to give this person all my personal information? So I think that's possibly a reason why people don't counterclaim, because they don't want to give out their personal, and I totally understand that. So I applaud you, AHD, for what you've done. Well done.
Well, that's the point, Phoebe. If they do that to dox you, and we've seen it. Salty was doxed, other people were doxed, people were sent cease and desist letters, and that's only because they had their personal information. Well, in my first, on my first channel, I redacted all of my personal information, saying that these people are known doxers. If YouTube want my information, they have it, because when you sign up for your account, you have your email, and if you have a secondary, secure thing, they have your telephone number. So YouTube have my information, and I put that there. When my channel went down, Martin stepped in. Sorry, feedback. Martin stepped in and gave me a loan of his channel, because he had problems and he had a backup channel from where they were striking him before. And it was agreed that I could use that channel as a temporary thing. We had no idea it was going to go on for months and months and months. And when they struck me again, Martin gave me permission to use all of his personal details. So they have Martin's name, address, telephone number, everything. And he trusted me with that, because Martin is willing to deal with YouTube and take it on, which is what he's been doing all along. But while he's been unwell, which we all know, and it was a valid reason. He wasn't just hiding away. He has been very unwell. So I have been dealing with it on my own, and I've had some backup with Abby, but I have submitted so much information. Honestly, I have copied everything and forwarded it on to CEO. I've put in links, video links and everything, and it just hasn't got me anywhere. The ones on the new channel, I have always won when they've struck me. So whether it is because the channel was longer standing and the COVID bots were, because when we were taken down, when Lex and I were taken down, it was during the start of the COVID lockdown, and there was staff shortages, and we just had to rely on the bots, and we were getting nowhere. So our channels just disappeared, because 3 strikes, false or otherwise, and your channel just disappears. I believe that Lex had a week, a week's grace to sort of save her channel, because obviously it was a bigger channel. But when I got my 3rd strike, mine just disappeared. I couldn't retrieve any videos or anything. Now the YouTube regulations, or whatever you want to call them, say 3 strikes, you lose your channel. If you issue false copyright strikes, then they take that as a very serious matter, and they are supposed to ban you then. I believe that the punishment is to ban you from YouTube. Well, that hasn't happened, even though we keep providing all the information. It's like the information has been ignored. So I took I just thought, well, I took the decision, right, I'm going to go there and I'm going to get the attention. So I've struck his channel with 3 false copyright strikes, and I've struck hers with 3 false copyright strikes. So now she has to challenge and submit the information and counter strike and everything. So it will be reviewed by a human and put their eyes over it. And the information that I have sent them this time round, proven doxers, etc., they have to deal with it. So they can either make the decision to ban them for their original false copyright strikes, or they can choose to ban me for doing my strikes, but if they ban me, they have to take them with me. So that's why I did it. So I'm willing to go. I'm willing to give the channel, let the channel go, but they have to come with me, because you can't have one rule for one and rule for another. So that's why I did it. So, and if she still sits there at the end of the week because she's issued copyrights counter strikes, then I'm just going to keep going. I will strike and strike and strike until YouTube pay attention. So that's really all I wanted to say. I thought it was a good live today, FeeBee. I think everybody has valid points. I don't think people should be calling Katie out for asking questions or accusing her or anything. I don't think people should be losing the plot with Maureen either. I do think she has more information, but maybe we're not allowed to know it. But I can understand that we all have the questions. And I just want to thank you for this live. And I think that it's been a really good debate. And I just wanted to say what I've been trying to do. And I hope that something will come of it. That's what I had to say,
Thank
really.
you. No, that's lovely. Thank you so much, Armchair. I really appreciate that. I mean, we had no idea where this live was going to go. There was certainly no pre-planning or anything, you know, to that degree. And I just wanted to give both Katie and Maureen the opportunity to speak. I felt they were both very, very capable of holding their own, if you like, which is why I didn't sort of interject. The chat seemed to be a little bit split. Some people were enjoying it, some people weren't. But I just felt, you know, Katie and Maureen were both sensible, intelligent, grown women, and they were able to hold their own. So I wanted to give them the opportunity to speak.
I agree, but I also think Maureen was probably speaking for a lot of people, and Katie was speaking for a lot of people. So
yes, I think that's possibly what I think that might be why the chat was a bit divided, you know.
Yeah, but some people are thinking from whichever point of view they're coming from. They have the same feelings, but they won't come up onto the live, and it's so frustrating because they want their point put across, and they will bash away in the live chat, but they won't come up. And I fully understand and appreciate that, which is why I think it is good to have the other people on the live to say and ask questions that from both points of view, or many points of view, and you shouldn't, you know, attack. I'm not saying attack, but you shouldn't
judge, maybe.
Yeah, that's the word, FeeBee. Sorry, it's late. I'm trying to. God, it's 20 past 1. Yeah, people shouldn't be judged for maybe the way they've gone around it, because even as creators, you only have to look at our videos to see that we all do things in our own way. We don't all sit there and make a video together. We make our own videos. And it's the same here. Some people I can't believe that Katie even got in there and had a conversation with him, because none of us could, we've all been blocked. So whether he thought he was going to play with her and make her an example of her, I think he honestly believed that he was going to ridicule her and make an example of her, whereas instead she challenged him and held her own. So I can understand she's asking questions, but she's asking in a way that maybe some of other people wouldn't be asking. So I just know, I didn't hear that conversation, but I know that it occurred. So I can't judge it, and I can't say that people have come in to antagonize people or do it on behalf of other people. I can't say that she's come in here to do it from one side or the other. She's asked genuine questions and they're being answered. So Maureen answered, she held her own, and I've had my say as well. And if anybody else wants their say, I'm sure they're very welcome to have their voice heard as well. And I'm all for that. So thank you very much.
I just think it's
You're
important
very
that we
welcome.
flesh things out. If you stop a conversation or a discussion, if you only have the one side, then again you're in an echo chamber, aren't you? See, if you express a view and then you get challenged on that view, that's progress. You can't move unless you discuss, find a common ground, and move to the next part. So discussion is great, which is what I tried to have in the 2 lives that I was in, and I tried to they can see a problem, we can all see a problem, but we've now got 2 sides, okay? And if those 2 sides do not talk, it will continue down 2 lanes. So I went on the live to try and get them to understand or even think about why so many people are against him. Because you've got to remember and give these people some credit that they don't know the history, they don't know the background. Some of them say, oh, I've never heard him say a word against. Well, no, because he's cleverer than that. He won't say a word against them on YouTube. And he doesn't say too much of a detrimental thing in Patreon, but he does it in a sly way. You know, in his Facebook group, encouraging, you know, it's all done on the sly, and it's all done in different places. So if you literally just watched him on YouTube, you could be confused and think, well, what is he doing so wrong? He seems such a lovely man, you know. But by following him in YouTube and Patreon and his Facebook and looking at him in the past, you get a real picture of the guy, and then you can make an opinion. But these people that are supporting him blindly, in my opinion, don't know the full story, and they're attacking those people that are merely trying to expose what he's doing, because they're labeling it as trolling and they're labeling it as bullying, when if they really understood what was behind that, I think they'd have a different mind. I mean, they might not agree, but they might understand what is going on. You know, they might look at him and think, well, perhaps you're not the nice gentleman that looks like my dad, and, you know, and is all sweetness and light, because he certainly isn't.
I sometimes wonder, though, because the other night he called, I don't like to say this, but it is what he said. He called Frankie Jr., bless him, an alien. Don't know whether anybody heard it. He said something like, oh, and that Junior, the alien, is going to come over here to the UK. And then 2 minutes later, I never say anything bad about the Rusek family. And I'm like, hang on a minute. You've just called Frankie Jr. an alien. Now, if that isn't saying something nasty about somebody, what is? But nobody in chat says, well, AD, I didn't think calling him an alien was very nice. That was a bit nasty. Nobody says a word. And I'm here shouting at my screen on the verge of throwing my laptop out the window, and I don't understand why they can't see it.
Well, maybe they can, and they're shadow banned. We don't know.
That's it. He will shut everyone up, and that's why they strike channels, report channels, all false strikes and all false reports, and it's the only goal is to silence us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or obtain our personal information to dox us, threaten us, and try and scare us.
Yeah, because he doesn't want the reason he doesn't name us is because he doesn't want any of his existing supporters to think, oh, hang on a minute, Armchair Detective, I might go and have a little look at that channel, or oh, Ellen Vaughan, wonder what her channel's about, and then pop over to your channels, and then they'll see what the message that we're getting out. That's the reason why he doesn't mention our names.
And the same reason he says true crime is dead out there, and there's no one talking about NK except for me. That's why he does that, because he wants to make them think that he's the authority on the case and he's the one to go to. There's true crime out there. There's a healthy community out there, but he doesn't want his subs to go out there because they're going to see an opposing view.
Well, I try and put his name in every single title, and he hates that, and quite a few of us do, and that is solely to get up there so that they do see us. And I will keep using his name, because if the video's about him, and it's not hate on another creator, it's truth, it's showing the truth. If you can't have a channel to speak about the truth, but you can have a channel that can
exploit,
put out vile hate speech, exploitation, pure lies, rubbish, incite hate, and doxing, to actually for Fakey to dox NK and do a Google Maps search on a video. I took that video down, but I know it's still up. I went for our highest viewed videos, and I'll admit it, I went through her channel. Hope you're listening. And I went for whichever one had the highest views, and I took that Colorado trip down and 2 others. And I took a McCann of ADs. I took the one where he did the cellar dweller, and there was another one, I can't remember. They were all high views. I took the cellar dweller because I just thought that was vile and disgusting towards Martin. But I can't believe that they're not taking any notice of the reports against these videos. But I'm sure as hell not giving up. I'm going to keep going. And if I have to strike and strike and strike until somebody notices, I'll do it. And my defense is, well, I'm only doing exactly what they've did to me. For 8 months, I've always believed 2 wrongs don't make a right. But this is ridiculous now. If you cannot get YouTube and these platforms to implement their own regulations, then we're going to go nowhere. We're going to get nowhere.
I know. It does feel like, I'm trying to stay positive, but it does feel sometimes like we're climbing an uphill battle. But I think that we are slowly climbing that mountain, aren't we? That's what I like to think, As we said earlier, we have had some positive results, and we have just got to stay positive. But sorry to change the subject briefly. Katie, are you there?
Yep.
Paradoxes is just wondering, are the majority of his people in Patreon, if you know, US or UK? Do you know what the
I can only guess. I can only make a
Okay.
guess, and I think they're US. But that's a guess.
You think most of them are the US? I think he said before that on his analytics, because when you've got a channel with, like we do, you get the analytics screen, and it does tell you in a percentage where your subscribers come from, and like an age range that that they're from. And I remember AD said that the majority of his subscribers, but this is on YouTube, sorry, are American.
And was it 40 and above or something like that? You said 50 and above.
Yeah, I think he said it's something like they're aged between 54 and 64, and the majority are from the US. So, was interestingly, mine are mostly from the UK, my subscribers. So does that answer your question, Paradoxes? From the best we know.
I watch the American channels, you know, some of the makeup channels and this, and Americans do seem like tippers. You know, it does amaze me when I watch American channels how much money flies up the screen. So maybe the Americans open their purse a little bit more than the English do. But that's where he targets. He definitely targets
maybe
the American communities.
he
So.
does. If anybody watches Gray Hughes, and I'm a big fan of Gray, he doesn't touch on the big, you know, high profile cases. He does a lot of cold cases. He does touch on them, so, you know, he's touched on the Morphew case, but he'll only do it once or twice, and when there's nothing to say, he stops and he'll move on. And he gets an awful lot of financial support. An awful lot. He's got lots. If you look in his chat, so many of his chatters are members, as am I, and he then donates a huge percentage each month to charity. I know I've said this before, and when I say a huge percent, I'm talking $1,500 a month. At the minute, he's donated $15,000 to charity this year, and I think that's amazing. But he hasn't had to rely on one single case just to get his money. I think that says a lot about Gray as a creator himself, you know.
He does. He puts a lot into his videos, though, doesn't he? I mean, he doesn't sensationalize. He's very factual. You know, he's very in depth with what he does, and it's a very, very good channel. And the channels I've contributed to channels, you know, I've super chatted channels. I've really enjoyed their content, and I've got no problem in super chatting someone. There's nothing wrong with people earning money on YouTube. It's built for that.
No, I agree.
It's how the money is made that's the issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'd be such hypocrites if we sat here and said, I give super chat to so and so, and then in the next breath say I disagree with anybody making money. It's like you said, Katie, it's how they make their money. And if this is AD's job, you know, Gray has another job, a proper job, work, he calls it. But AD, this is his job. So technically, if he worked like a normal 7 or 8 hour working day, he does a 2-hour live and then maybe an hour in Patreon. So that leaves him 4 hours to be doing research and setting up guests. You know, that's an awful lot of time. It appears to me that he just jumps on a live when everybody else has done all the background work for him, and he just talks for 2 hours, you know?
Yeah, I totally agree with that. He doesn't. He goes on his poor mouth, you know, and he sits there and he earns at least the minimum £4,000 a month for a couple of hours a night's work. But he says, I've worked 100 hours. And you think if you've worked 100 hours, you're not going to make a whole show about one word. You know, he's just...
Can I make a request?
Certainly.
Or just a suggestion. Netflix documentary was amazing, and all the positives, absolutely, and it's hitting mainstream media and everything, and we can see all the good. But for us personally, in our little section of YouTube, has made things so much harder because we know that there's a whole new audience coming in and they're looking for that information, and of course they're going to be nosing around and they're going to come across him because he's got so many videos. So I wonder if there's anybody in chat now who isn't a creator who would consider just becoming a micro channel for us. And you don't even have to make your videos. You can use our videos and share them. I'm happy for anybody to take my videos and put them onto their own channel. So the content is there, because the more content we can get out, then we can be heard. Is anybody able to do that? you know, I would really love it if people could just use my videos. I'm happy. I'm sure plenty of the other creators would be willing for their content to be up on their channels as well, just so that the information is there and we keep pushing it out there. Is that a good idea or not?
Oh, it's a very good idea. I've just popped onto
I
YouTube.
totally agree.
I've popped onto YouTube search again, and other people should do it. And just put like Chris Watts in there, the Watts case. He doesn't come up. Plunder comes up. He doesn't come up.
You see,
So-
I never put Watts or
Yeah.
Ruzak or anything in the video
I'm
in
gonna
my
try Red
title.
Car.
I always put his name because people have always searched for him in the past. I don't know if it is the right thing to put the other names into my videos. I'm sort of quite dubious. I don't want to be seen as trying to. I don't know. Maybe there's a tag we could use. If people could suggest what tag we could use.
Yeah, I have an idea. I'll message FeeBee. But yeah, if you've watched Netflix and you come off and you think, oh, and then you go into YouTube and you type in Chris Watts, Watts House, Watts Case, none of these videos are shown. So that's got to be a plus. If you put in Armchair Detective, you're obviously going to get him. So people will come across him because people are talking about him. So they might go onto Plunder, and someone might mention him, and then that will tempt them to go off and look for him. But from what I can see in the basic YouTube search, he doesn't come up.
Well, if people are willing to sort of find out what the most searched hashtags are or the most effective, I'm quite happy to put them into my descriptions and add those if it's going to help.
I think every little bit helps, as Tesco says.
Any suggestions, Abby?
Ladies, we've got Rabid Dog joining us. Sorry to interrupt. We've got Rabid Dog joining us. Has anybody seen Rabid Dog? I've seen him around.
Yes.
Hi,
recently.
everyone.
Hi, Rabid Dog.
Hi.
Hi, Rabbit Dog.
Hi. Hi, guys. I joined this quite late, so I was obviously catching up on the chat, and I could obviously see I missed a lot of stuff. My take on this, I was just encouraged to come up based on something you were saying there regarding Grey Hughes, which I think is a great example to use to outline the specific grudge that I in particular have against Armchair Detective. Because I'll be honest, I took a vacation from YouTube for a few months, and I'm a little out of the loop in some regards. I've heard about these recent suggestions and allegations regarding searches and things, but that stuff isn't really my bag. I don't really know much about that. I've seen stuff secondhand, so I'm kind of happy to leave that to other people. My particular issue with him, and it's a really important one, of course, also, is the victimization of an innocent person in a closed case, and the essential manifestation of fake evidence that's demonstrably been shown to be untrue, false, that he continues to peddle. And I know that he's aware that he has been peddling at various times in the past fake evidence. And people can have their views about MK. People can have a go about her morals. No one's going to defend that. But she is an innocent person who was the most hated person in America, is in hiding, and had nothing to do with the actual crimes. And that is what disgusts me to my core about him. He is using the death of a pregnant mother and those two kids for the sole reason to get numbers, to get money, and to keep his channel growing. It's disgusting, and he tried the same with Madeleine McCann. And when you brought up Gray Hughes, it really outlines it so perfectly. There's a guy who has had tragedy in his life regarding crime, and he obviously has a passion for this. As you say, he doesn't, revolve a certain case forever because it's popular. He covered Chris the CW case in the past, but once it was solved, he let it go and he moved on to an unsolved case. The research he does is meticulous, is professional, he's accountable, and it's the polar opposite of Alan Widdecombe. I'm so glad to see people holding him accountable. As I say, I know nothing about everything else, but that is the sole gripe I have against him. So I just wanted to put in my 2 cents.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you so much for joining us. And I think, well, I certainly agree with everything that you've said, Rabid Dog. I don't know how the rest of the panel feel, but yeah, I think that's probably the best example that I can give. I mean, there's no comparison to the two channels, is there, on a scale of professionalism? And and it just shows you, though, it just demonstrates that you don't have to always focus on these high profile cases to make money, for want of a better word. But Gray then donates most of it to charity, which is so admirable. It really, and we see him do it on the screen, don't we? He shows us that he's doing it on the screen. So he doesn't just say, oh, by the way, earlier I made a donation. We all watch him do it. So it's definitely happening. And he's very proud of that. And so he should be.
And there's nothing wrong with making money on YouTube. It's all about the morals behind it and the reason that someone is, investigating. If it's legitimate, there's nothing wrong with making money. But when it's as immoral as that, it's disgusting, and it has to be called out. But what is the real danger of it is that people that, for example, come across the Netflix documentary that haven't been as invested in the case as us guys all have and know the details, they might jump onto YouTube and just type in the name and innocently come across a channel like his, and they're going to get all this false information, and that is the danger. They might not come across the truth for God knows how long. I'm getting some echo there.
Yeah, just a little bit of echo, Rabid. Oh, I'm echoing as well now.
Am I echoing?
No.
Can I just take this opportunity to bow out? It's just been a long evening.
Sure. It has. Yeah, it has. I mean, did you want to continue? We sort of inadvertently did change the subject, but did you want to just finish off talking about sharing the idea of raising awareness?
I'll message you, Phoebe. I'll message you tomorrow, because it could be to the advantage of others. So
yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'll message you. But thanks for letting me come on. And
that's all right, Casey.
I suppose it's been a lively night. But yeah, thank you for everybody that contributed. And Abby, I just love your work. I think it's second to none. And yeah, really good. All right, then. Well, I'm going to go. So I'll message you tomorrow, Phoebe.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Good to be with you today.
Good night, panel. Chat.
Good night, Casey. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks, everyone.
So, Phoebe, it's been 4 hours and 38 minutes, and it's probably approaching, what, 2 a.m.?
Yes, it is. It's quarter to 2. But I just sorry, I did interrupt a little bit, but I just wanted to make sure that everybody had their say, really, because I felt like I kind of cut off the previous discussion about sharing our ideas. That's my fault. I'm not used to having so many people on panel, but
Well, there is talk of having a meeting.
Oh,
And,
okay.
It was just between myself and another individual. And certainly the word will go out.
Okay, well, count me in. I mean, did you hear that, Rabbit? That what we were talking about earlier, that we just want to get as many channels up, even if they're not confident on creating their own videos, they can use ours and just share them on their channels. And we have had a couple of recent new channels. If I could just promote Armchair Detective, Enough is Enough. She's recently joined us, so please go and subscribe to her, and Ellen Bourne if you're not subscribed to her already as well. Lots of channels out there, so that'd be great if we can just encourage more people just to join
I've
us.
got a fair bit of the manufactured evidence he's come up with and how it's been debunked and things like that, so I can contribute some of that.
Oh, that sounds interesting.
Yeah.
Is it private at the moment, or?
Well, I think it's nothing too new to a lot of people that have followed it in depth. But yeah, there's bits and pieces that I could put together.
Okay, that'd be brilliant. So we'll look forward to that, Rabbit. I did subscribe to you a couple of days ago, so
yeah, I'm just more focused on the way that he's using the case, you know.
Yeah.
So immorally. That's my focus. I'm not so focused on the other side of things, you know.
I think that's everyone is doing. The strength is that we are all doing our creative works, and they're not repetitive. They're all different.
Yeah, he's got a lot of yeah, he's got a lot of fingers in different illegitimate methods, you know. So I think he annoys a lot of people for that reason.
So he's an international con man.
Yeah.
And so he's a menace. If I could say that on your live, FeeBee.
Sorry, I was just unmuted. Abby, of course you can, my darling. He is a menace. That's a really good word for him, you know. I think everybody knows certainly how I feel about him, that creator, you know, and I agree with Rabbit Dog. I don't believe that Nicole well, I'm going to say her name, Nicole Kessinger, had anything to do with it. If I'm proved wrong, so be it. But at the moment, I haven't seen anything that I myself cannot explain, you know, from reading the discovery and using a little bit of, you know, common sense. I don't really see questions, you know, that are unanswered. I just don't.
Even like hypothetically, let's just say there's a 2% chance that she was involved. Even if she was, right, under the law, she is an innocent person. And if he comes out with evidence that has been shown to be false, if he just had the humility to admit it was wrong and then move on, then that would be slightly understandable. But he doesn't ever do that because he doesn't care. Doesn't care.
FeeBee?
No. Yeah.
May I direct your attention to the private chat? Armchair Detective has put a little memo in there. Do you see it?
Hang on, I'll have a look now. For some reason, my laptop has frozen on the chat, but I've got it up in my.
This is on the StreamYard private chat.
Oh, I didn't know we had one. Okay, I'll take a look at that in a minute because I don't want to do anything to disrupt the. Oh gosh, yeah, I've just seen that button now. I've got 9 messages.
Well, I brought it up because Armchair would like you to read something.
Can you read it, or do I have to read it?
No, but it was directed to you, and so if you ask me to read it or tell me to read it, yes, I will. Here it is.
Please read it, Abby. Yeah.
FeeBee, can you please say that a full report has been submitted to Avon and Somerset Police by someone and the reference number issued for the investigation? I'll only
Right.
use someone's name if I hear from you, Armchair.
Sorry, can you say that last bit again, Abby?
The name of the individual that initiated the... Okay, I'm going to read it again. Can you... Here we go. A full report has been submitted to Avon and Somerset Police by Grimm and the reference number issued for the investigation. Thank you. Did that make sense?
Okay.
Oh,
I
thanks for
think
that, Phoebe.
so.
You don't have to do
That
that.
is
That's all
excellent
right.
because an investigation
Yes,
number has been issued.
that is brilliant. Thank you, Grim, or whoever else has been working really hard on that.
Yes, thank you, Grimm. So, see,
So
this is
a lot
another
of hard work
insight.
goes on, doesn't it? Sorry, Abby. A lot of hard work goes on in the background that we don't advertise, if you like, because it's the work is important, but the fact that who's done it isn't necessarily. None of us are here for any one-upmanship or I was the first one to get this out. None of us have got that attitude, which is something that I treasure. You know, it doesn't
It's not
bother me if
about...
I'm going to put up a video, and if somebody beats me to it, I'll just think, oh, okay, great. As long as the message gets out there, that's what's important to me. Who puts the message out there doesn't really matter to me. That's how I feel.
Truth is truth.
100% it is, and there's no getting away from it. And we've got the proof, haven't we, with our truth. When we put our videos up, we've always got some evidence to back it up. You know, it's not just hearsay, or I don't know what word to use, but yeah, I think we've got a lovely little community here. I really appreciate everybody, my fellow creators and all our supporters. I just have to thank all of our supporters because we do share a lot of them. I'm sure Rabid Dog, a lot of your supporters also support myself, Abby, Armhair, you know,
Absolutely,
which is
yeah.
lovely, and they're just wonderful.
I would say the majority of my supporters would be aligned with you guys, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's great because without them, you know, we wouldn't have a channel.
It's just about awareness, guys. Because just like I said earlier, what worries me is people innocently coming to YouTube and they're interested in the case. And as good as the Netflix documentary is, it's quite vague in some respects. So they might want to find out a bit more about the case. So they'll come to YouTube innocently and just type in a few words, and then they might, come across Armchair Detective or a few other channels that are, attacking Shanann, basically, and that's what worries me. So it's just about awareness and trying to get the information out there to counteract that.
Yeah, hi. Thanks for reading that out, Abby. I was tied up. I had a load of information coming through and I had to talk to Grim and the team. So they just asked me, because FeeBee was on live now, if I would pass that information on. And Grim says that he's put through the whole report through, and I gather that's from all the information that they've been putting up in their videos, and I believe they probably have forwarded all of those, but they've had and gathered heaps and heaps of information to send them in a full report. I mean, we're not just talking something small, a massive report that they've sent over. So they've got the incident number now and everything, and hopefully that should get some action as well. So Grim and the team, well done.
Yes, thank you. That's a lot of work.
Yes, it is. And it'll be worth it, guys. It'll be worth it. I know sometimes we might feel a little bit downhearted, but we've got to just stay positive. We're all in this together. And I, for one, am not anywhere near giving up. No way. And I'm pretty sure, you know, the three guys that I've got on panel with me feel the same. So,
Yeah.
So Rabbit, just quickly, what is your channel about on the whole? Is it a true crime channel or?
It's, to give an umbrella term, it's more about the human condition and what makes us tick, basically, how we communicate, especially in the modern age, on this media, social media, mass social media. It's interesting to me how we're evolving to get used to this, right? Because it's such a new thing, relatively speaking. So I dabble into a bit of true crime as well, because it's essentially it's all about human beings, you know. I mean, I just restarted my channel again 2 or 3 weeks ago. I was initially on a year ago, and I built up a reasonable size, and then I took a break for 2 or 3 months. So I'm just really starting up again, really.
Great, it's good to have you on board, Rabbit. As I say, I've seen you on a couple of other panels, and you always seem to be the voice of reason. And it's great to have you on board. That's how I feel.
Yeah, well,
people might not agree, and it's nice to have a man as well, as you know. It is, because AD always takes the mickey out of us and says we're all middle-aged ladies. Well, I guess technically I'm 58, but I don't consider myself middle-aged, really, not in that sense. But
see, what someone does like Armchair Detective that isn't really good at arguing his actual point is he will, due to the weakness of his ability to actually genuinely counteract what you're saying, is to throw an ad hominem at the attacker. That's the only reason he does that, you know.
sorry, say that again, Rabbit. The only reason
The only reason that he throws those kind of attacks at you guys like that is because he doesn't actually have a real argument to counteract you with. So he'll try and have a go that, you know, it's just all old women are coming after him because he doesn't have a real counteractive argument, you know.
Yeah, so he has to like ridicule us in a way,
and it
because
just
there's nothing constructive
exactly,
to say.
yeah. It just shows the weakness of the guy, you know. It just shows there's no depth to him.
Yeah, I think we've been feeling like that for quite some time. So, were you interested in the case before you took a break, Rabid Dog, or
The Chris Watts case?
Chris Watts case? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what initially got me involved, because of certain podcasts that were out there, coming out with this really terrible narrative against Shanann. So I basically came on initially to try and defend her and the family, you know. And just like happens in a community, you start meeting other creators that are doing the same thing. You start trying to fight against others. And then I came across AD, and I was disgusted at what he was doing. So it just kind of blossomed from there, really, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's still going on, you know.
Yeah, 2 years down the line, 2 years, and you just can't help but feel or wonder how the Rusek family, they're just amazing in my eyes. They're just amazing how they're having to cope and deal with. I know people say, well, they don't have to watch, But even AD said himself quite a few weeks ago, it's impossible not to watch. He said that himself. Again, I think it's one of the things that he's said, and he's forgotten that he said it. But he said when he took a break, he said people were telling him, just don't watch what they're saying. Well, he didn't take a break. He was thrown off for 2 weeks. Don't watch YouTube. Just don't watch. And he said it's impossible. It's impossible to not watch,
Yeah.
And I think it must be very difficult if people are talking about your precious family. It'd be so difficult not to watch, wouldn't it?
Of course. I mean, the amount
It's
of
just human
strength that
nature.
they take. Yeah,
Yes,
absolutely.
it's human nature. It's.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's
We
no
have to
family.
watch. We have
Sorry,
to
Abby?
watch. We have to watch the Armchair Detective so we can stop him. I don't like what he's
Absolutely.
doing. I'm watching him from a commentary basis so I can counter his lies.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
can't let that stand, that nonsense, those lies, that abuse stand. It's intolerable.
Yeah. And you opened my eyes, Abigail, back in the day to a lot of the dodgy things he was doing, and that just reiterated what I thought.
Well, Frankie asked me for a link yesterday to the Anadarko security guard insider scam. That was one of my first exposés I put up. So I watched it again last night. Very poorly produced. But I was reminded of his behavior, Al's behavior in that. No way would anyone believe there's an Anadarko security guard insider the way he acted. Oh, I can't reach him. He's supposed to come on. I'm waiting. He's not coming on for 2 hours, but I'm waiting. Waiting for 2 hours? That's just silly. So it's all a con, and people deserve to know.
I know. I mean, I keep saying this. He's like a cartoon car salesman in a weird way, but it's so dark because of what he's doing. It's it's a lot uglier than just a cartoon. It's horrible. It's the worst side of YouTube to me. This kind of thing.
Yeah.
And there really does have to be some moves to try and put out better regulations so that his kind of behavior can be held accountable.
And it's up to us.
Well, someone has to do it, I mean, it's not going to come from the top otherwise.
I have to say me. I can't invoke all of you. You do what you choose.
Yeah.
This is not what I thought I would be doing at this point in my life, or at this point in my life 18 months ago.
You're obviously passionate about it, right?
Beg your pardon?
You're obviously passionate about it.
Well, he's a con man.
Yeah.
He's a menace. And so if there's a big giant hole down your street, aren't you going to tell your neighbors, be careful, it could swallow your car?
Yeah. And can I ask, how did you initially come across him?
The Watts case was becoming popular. I was looking into a different case and came upon Mommy Ramblings. And then the material was released for Chris Watts, and YouTube was blowing up about it.
Yeah.
So I switched from this other case I was reviewing to the Watts case because I was stunned, and it popped up on my feed, Armchair Detective. And after a period of time and finding the Anadarko security guard insider, I knew it was a total scam, that he was a total scam artist. At that time, I did not know what he had done to Diane Hughes or the various other people that were involved with him.
Was
I
it
didn't.
Diane? Was it Diane Hughes that was looking into the shadows, and then he basically stole that
Yes.
story?
She
Yeah.
contacted him with her labors. He stole them and blocked her. That's the short story.
Yeah.
But then there was Summer. So I'm going back and watching all the early videos where he's saying, "Oh, Summer's here, our best supporter." But I already had known she had left, and she was appearing on Truth Seeker VP, and she appeared on Team Phoenix,
Oh my God.
and someone else.
So
Bam.
he was pretending he still had her support.
No. I was seeing the old videos where he was saying, "Oh, Summer
Got
Rae
you. Okay.
just joined the chat. She's the best supporter." And I'm having the benefit of knowing the future at that time.
Right, I got you. Yeah.
Yes, we discussed you by the microphone, Julie, Friday. And Maureen reminded us how poorly, I saw that too, how poorly he talked about, I didn't know it was Julie at the time, about the woman that gave him the Yeti Blue mic. I couldn't believe the way he talked about her.
Mm.
And he treated the mic with such disdain. I thought, my gosh, here's a gift you've been given, a high quality microphone, and you aren't even using it. And you resent the mic. I'm thinking to myself. Oh yeah, I knew this guy. There was a moment that clicked after watching him for a period of time. I knew he was a con man. And so then I began watching everything and putting together that documentation, which I published in one day. I published 6, and I put them all up in one day because I knew he was striking people at that point too. 411 Now, Team Phoenix.
When he did that to Lex, I was so disgusted. And this was before Lex got taken down. But when he did that live, where he was making the accusations against her, when she had absolutely no idea what was going on, what had been posted, that comment, just trying to bully her as a smaller content creator, I was so disgusted that I put a video against him like instantly after I seen that. It was making my blood boil.
Yeah.
Abby, Grim Reaper was just asking where they can find out about Julie that you were just talking about. Where can they get that information or the video?
Well, I now realize she's asking the original video. It may not be available, but I will search it out. Will you give me some time to search it out, because I'll go to a Word file and then I'll go to my documentation and see where it is there. And then maybe I can find the exact video of the Armchair Detective. And I might have a link, but he may have taken the video down. But Maureen made a reference to how he treated Julie on the live of Friday the 9th, 2 days ago. And that one I can't give you a timestamp. I will probably leave a message on your latest video. That's how I'll do it. Let me make a note here. I've committed myself and I better follow through. Message to Grim. Ari Julie.
That's great. Thank you for that, Abby. Really appreciate it.
I'm happy to do it.
I know you are, honey. I know. We all are. We'll do anything. If it's within our capability, we will happily do whatever we need to do.
And FeeBee, you said you were going to keep up this video for a short while, because I'd like to obviously watch back, because I feel a little bit uninformed about what happened.
Sure. Okay. I usually take my lives down, to be honest.
Yeah.
One of the reasons is that I used to get an awful lot of troll messages that were horrible.
Yeah.
After the events, you know. So I know Outback Outlaw said that I can put all my comments for review, but I only want to do that on the lives. So I'm not sure if I can put comments for review on one video but leave them open for the rest, because I get so many comments I can't keep going through them all, you know.
Yeah, I don't think there is that facility, unfortunately.
No, so you'd have to put them all to be held for review, and I don't really want to do that because I like people's comments to go up straight away, and I normally get alerted to anything nasty pretty quickly and I'll remove it, or one of my mods will remove it. So that's why I normally take my lives down, because it was just getting ridiculous. Nothing constructive. It was all about my personal appearance, or you know, my voice, whatever. But so that's the decision that I took. But I'll leave it up for 24 hours happily, if that will be long enough.
Cool. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a few other people. Sorry, Abby?
What are you leaving up for 24 hours?
This live. Because a few people have asked, because I normally take them down, a few people have asked, they've missed the beginning and they'd like to hear the beginning. So I'll leave it up for at least 24 hours. So
yeah.
Now, is that for security reasons, FeeBee?
Well, more just because of the trolling, Abby. I don't know why, but I mean, I get messages on other videos, of course I do, but mostly what I noticed when it was my lives after the event, I just got some horrendous messages. I mean, did you see the one I put up the other day on my video? Someone said something like, "We all need to have our heads chopped off, buried alive, have fuel poured on us, and then burnt."
Yeah.
Sorry to butt in. I just want to say good night, everyone. I'm really tired. It's late, and I just want to leave. And I just want to say thank you and good night, everyone. Bye, everyone. Night.
Good night.
Oh, thank you, Armchair. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Good night.
Thank you, honey. No night.
Good night, Armchair.
So that's the reason why I do it. So
I'll pop off as well, guys. But thanks for letting me come up just to make a quick point there. And just keep on going, guys, and good luck with everything.
yeah, you're very welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome anytime, Rabid Dog. More than happy to have you come up and chat.
Bye, guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, so, and then there were two.
What do you think, FeeBee? I know it's very late for you there.
Yeah, I think we'll bring it to a close now, Abby. I mean, it's been 5 hours, which is amazing. But thank you to everybody who joined me on panel. Thank you to my lovely, lovely moderators. I know it's been hard work. Well, not hard work, but it's been busy. Sorry, that was the wrong choice of words there. It's been very, very busy for my mods. And they have worked extremely hard. So I thank you very much for that. And thank you for everyone who's contributed in the live chat. I appreciate it more than you know. I really do. And it was lovely to see Mr. Rusek join us as well for a few minutes, wasn't it?
Yes. Thank you, FeeBee.
So,
Very much.
Abby,
we'll
it's a pleasure. It's an absolute pleasure to speak to you. Take very good care.
You too. Bye.
Bye-bye, darling. Okay, so I'm going to bring it to a close now, as I said. I really appreciate everybody joining me. Unless there are any last minute questions, I hope everyone was okay. I do hope that both Maureen and Katie are all right. And I hope that you all understand my reasons for just letting the two ladies just talk together. As I say, it wasn't planned. It just happened, which these things do. But I took that decision just to let them chat together because I felt they were more than capable, as I said. So rather than me sort of keep interjecting, and then it came to a close. So I appreciate your support. Is everybody all right? Okay. Yeah, onwards and upwards, guys. I love you lots. And I shall speak to you all again very, very soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.